观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，领国家补贴上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑、数码4折起。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然战马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap， 上单 Bree， 打野天，中路小虎，下路 Light， 辅助航。接下来，让我们欢迎 FunPlus Phoenix， 上单 Sheer， 打野 Shadow， 中单 Care， 下路 Awesome， 辅助俊伟。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第8周第1日的第1场对决，由 WBG Tap Tap 对阵 FunPlus 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
间。 变形完毕。受雷霆。
全军出击！
开眼看世界。待时。呀！剑影碎片。
伤吧！
完美。 塔筑城即将脱落。
河然若水，传奇之文。呀！河然若水。
符文法师。
灭尽空途。知识。喷薄而出，
是不是很美？
Hello, hello, we're back, finally. Let me get to do that thing where I change over where the sound is playing out of so I can actually hear it through my headphones. There we go. Hello everyone, I'm back. And let's talk about some League of Legends. So, interesting game by Tian so far. Say that, he's got Xiaohu on his back pocket. Forced the ult out of care. Soon's now into the play. Tian has to throw his Frozen Guard down early, but it doesn't help you when someone flashes inside it. Tian, a couple of awkward plays this game, and that'll rank among them. Hung as well. Notice him, of course, subbing back into the roster for Weibo, unexpectedly so. Seems like the internal atmosphere of Weibo has really been struggling recently. It's not been an easy time for Weiboites. Hast du fleißig gelernt? Yeah? Xiaohu has flash, could get onto a Soon, would have to flash out early, and does, luckily. Also press the E to make sure, can't be targeted by that. WK misses the charm flash after. Oh, that's a little bit rough. Xiaohu can now run back with the phase rush, get some damage down. Hung, does he get in range for the W? Yes, he does, and Xiaohu will finish that off. Care, Xiaohu both taking turns to not land their flash CC. Breathe walking forwards. Had Ghost, had Needlework, forces the flash out. Oh, Care. It's one of the reasons I don't like playing against Ryze very much, sorry. Always has that random bit of beef, that random bit of move speed to run back at you. Has the improved Mercury Treads there too, the Chain Lace Crushes, the extra bit of resist to... I know that Ahri's technically meant to be fine into Ryze, it's just always been a bogey matchup for me. I've never liked the matchup. Care has been making me very sad for FPX 2 Mecha. By the way, welcome everyone across all of the different streams. Shadow going on to Breathe as well. Shadow's been doing okay, I think. Listen to Breathe. Knockout comes through. Doesn't have a W anymore. And Breathe no more. 0-2. The Gwen not getting that much done. Breathe, another player who I think has slumped back towards, I'd say 2020... I don't know, what form? 23 form? No, even then he was okay. Breathe is a streaky player too, you know, sometimes. Incredible 24, I think all said and done. His end of his 2023 was also pretty good too. But sadly, no, not really lived up to the expectations I have of him. Tian, of course, been slumping. Hung's been brought in on emergency notice, I suppose, after they have to try something. Get back to the play in the mid lane. So flashes forward for the root, but Assume presses the E, so he can't get targeted. Clever, clever. And then Care, I don't know, man. Everyone built tier 2 boots. How do you hit skill shots anymore, you know? And other such code. Alright, Baron's getting burned through on live. Dragon was taken on the other side. So Soul Point for Baron. Gray was over here. Did have flash to potentially engage. FPX, have they set up the map well enough to stop Weibo from getting their waves in order? I don't think so. Thank you for the resub, by the way, Katari. It does make a difference. I say that a lot. I feel like that's my go-to something right now, but it does make a difference. So FPX looking to push out some waves. Breathe looking to catch top wave, push that back out. No objectives now. And as LS has been saying recently, we have the 5 minutes of doom. Not every LPL team is great at playing in the 5-minute window between dragons. Not everyone is. Some of them are. Seems like anyone's legend are. Top esports typically are. Well, they actually play more under objectives too. TL just lost their Honda sponsorship. Are you kidding me? That was huge for them, wasn't it? Like being a title sponsor and all. So, wave pushed in by Breathe topside. She has some degree of wave clear. I'm not gonna lie, this Benui has achieved very little this game. Not quite sure that was Hung. Doesn't even blow any meaningful skills with that ult and the W. Care takes an inner turret, so be inner for inner. Spread across multiple members for Weibo. Solo gold for Care, trying to recoup some of that gold. Should be able to back, get death cap. Will be an inhib turret going down at the same time. Does Care go for any kind of reset play? Jesus Christ, she nearly dies. Between worlds blown. Is that true, Blade, by the way? Has anyone announced that yet? Tiente top scuttle. Nice bit of gold. Nice bit of wave, not wave clear. Vision clearing. Hang on a second. Does have flash for the knock if he wants to go for something. Hung finds out Shadow. He's alone on the side. Doesn't have the E now. Just caught out a little too far. Looking for something creative. Instead goes down. Sheer on the top side. Trying to control some waves. This is 2.5 minutes before Dragon, so it's not the worst thing ever, I suppose. Shadow has been the beating heart of FPX, this iteration of it. I'm glad they brought him into the roster. It's the reason why FPX have looked half as good as they did, but still. Hung has not improved? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you just bring in Hung for some kind of shot calling or atmosphere reason? Hard to tell, right? He was playing very poorly before this, so it's quite hard to tell. Inhib goes down. Sheer pushed him through that top side, gets a wave, but this is, yeah, not looking that pretty for FPX. Breathe pushing in the bot side now with the last of the Baron buff. 4k Baron power play. Catch. Yeah, don't walk into those feathers. 3-4 item, max QE side does a lot of damage. It's really nasty poke. Dragon in 2 minutes, Weibo pushing across the whole map. FPX don't have any vision. They're losing their camps. They're losing the blue buff. Weibo, this has been a good Baron power play. I like how they've done this. Like they've controlled most of the map. They get to reset, buy their items. I suppose they have given a window for FPX to get some vision down around the dragon, which they would like to get Ocean Soul off of course. FPX got the first 2 dragons, lost a couple after that. Traded the Baron for the Soul Point, their 3rd dragon, just a few minutes ago. Okay, what are the win conditions? Quick picks, Pantheon ult, into a Charm. A little bit hard to do that into Shinzao ult and the Gwen W, but still possible. Shadow doesn't have great follow-up here. Is he going to spot out Breathe? No, I don't think he will, actually. I don't think he spots him heading over that wall, though. Should know he's in the area, of course. They just saw him on the wave. Dragon up in under a minute. FPX choosing to... I mean, are they choosing to give Dragon to do something else? What is that else if they do so? I'm going for a long create... Hang on a second. He's gone right behind it. Realm Walk coming in. Does Hung want to go for the big play? Maybe he does. Oh, God, Hung! Oh, God! What was that? My dude! You've just been given a lifeline to rectify the wrongs of whatever the hell happened before you went. My dude! My eyes! My eyes! What was that? Well, no summon is blown from either a Assume or Dway, or Quet Care rather. Jesus! So now it's going to be Dragon for Tower. FPX really content to trade the map. Really not sure about that one, folks. Really not sure about that one. Okay, still 5,000 gold lead towards Weibo. A lot of that coming from the Baron buff now. They did have gold leads before in the game. FPX are entirely on vision. One of the problems about getting pushed in everywhere by Baron is that you do have to re-establish your vision control after that point, and as they've been moving about the map, they've struggled to do so. Not really sure what FPX want to do. They've been not giving pitched battles against Weibo. They're not confident they can win the team fights, I don't think. Does that change at any point? I don't know. I mean, it feels like Weibo have a lot of ability to clean up fights with numerous members being ahead of the game. You know, the Rise being ahead of the Ahri definitely helps. Shadow will secure their own team red buff. Nothing else to smite over. Well, I said there's nothing else to smite over. There is the Baron, but whatever. Care was 2,000 gold behind, now is 1,000. Still, the Rise is more useful at this point. Care will... Is he going to teleport in? Teleport in from Sheer. Care doesn't have a great angle. Baron's just going to go down. He goes down very, very quickly. Hung going to get himself out after a delaying action. So, you commit the teleport. Tien! Why has he been left behind? Kills Assume anyway, somehow forgets he has an ult button. And that might just solve the play anyway. Breathe into the backline with the needlework running. Trying to get towards Dway. Not sure how Tien got left behind. Even less sure how Assume died without using his ultimate. Sheer will get caught out now too. I don't know, FPX. You were given a golden opportunity to turn that play around with a single kill. Xiaohu's really dangerous here, by the way. Care does need to be quite careful. Wave pushed in. Shadow here with Flash and that empowered W. Care caught out. Uses that Zhonya's. And I think they won't have enough damage to really escape, but even if they do, doesn't really matter. The towers are going down. Care will make his way back to the fountain. Shadow sadly won't. Nexus exposed, and Weibo will claim themselves first victory in the series. I don't know what the hell happened there with Tian. Sam, as he works his way in, what just happened, by the way, was a Realm Warp away from Baron.
Yeah.
Tian was left behind in a 1v5. Still, 1v5 kills the AD carry because Kai'Sa doesn't ult.
Oh, God.
And, yeah, we are left with a 1-0 series to Weibo. For reasons I can't adequately explain. So.
Could you probably track all my wheels over to the bottom?
Yeah, I got him. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All good. So that's game 1 down. And Sam will have a duocast for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Let's get the cameras back on. Did I turn the camera back on? These are questions. No, I did not. Or I did. Or I need to do this thing again. Hello, how's it going?
How y'all doing, folks?
Yeah, so that's game 1. Hello, everyone. Cameras activated. Yes, I will.
Do you want a coffee?
I have a coffee already,
Right.
so I'm good on that front.
I was debating, we were saying, well, do you want to go and get you one from Blabona or something?
I mean, sure. Yeah, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, I'll go run and get one then.
Yeah. I mean, the good... As we convert more people to the cult of Vampire... I think Vampire was forcefully turning people away from the cult yesterday. I don't know. Did we see the same games, folks? How the hell did Tian do what he just did there? Hey, Derek, good to see you. Okay, right, should we do some... Well, we'll do highlights, then we'll get words on stream down. Did anyone confirm whether the Liquid, the Team Liquid Hondas thing is done, by the way? What the heck happened there? Wait, when there wasn't enough... What the heck was that? I don't have the context for this. I mean, I can have a look at this. Oh. They did just post something on there. Yeah, they did. Yeah, wow. I'll read through that in a second. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Derek. Parents are in town, so we've been spending some time with them. They're in town for the week, so we might not cover everything this week again, folks. We'll see. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll try and get as much done as possible then. Honda Motor US blah, 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 has confirmed that a member of Team Liquid, an esports team that it sponsors, and they spell esports wrong with a dash, posted an inappropriate social networking message. Promptly lodged a severe protest with the team and the player in question. In response, the team apologized, removed the offending posts, implemented prevents recurrence. But they've still decided to terminate the contract. Who was the player and what happened? Getting excited to join the cult of Vampire just alerted us a subpar LPL player. I know, right? Does anyone know who the player was? With the Liquid player that did that? Oh, a Rainbow Six player. Oh, for God's sake! Is that going to affect the rest of them? Vampire slanders himself. I don't know what to tell you. Vampire slanders himself. So how the hell did that happen, man? Like, I don't know. Assume you gotta do better than that. Everyone was hate watching Vampire and Aragon's chat. The thing is, it is good social engagement. It is. Like, Aragon's doing the right thing in terms of, like, picking a player to you know, stand like that to a certain degree. Now, I would argue it's the wrong player. However, you know, the logic is somewhat there, I guess. Exactly, Solly. This is actually the cult to happy. Enjoy, everyone. Enjoy your stay, everyone. Changing camera over. Dude, I couldn't believe it when, like, the vampire standing started, because I'm like, my dude, my folks, my people, this is a guy that plays support with a locked camera. Like, this is a locked camera support player. Like, I don't know what to say, man. There's, you're playing support with a locked camera, I don't know what to tell you. Superior setup? I mean, I actually don't know. I think you're just trolling now. I sometimes miss social cues, but sometimes that is the thing. Right, I'm gonna go put some adverts on, then we'll do some words. Oh, right, well, I'm pre-rolls off anyway. Check on YouTube. I wouldn't get it, yes, because I retain some form of sanity. Hope I had a good weekend. Yeah, it was fine. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still very burned out. I'm catching up on sleep. I need to sort out some financial stuff paperwork-wise, and I need to... there's a lot of stuff I need to do, really. Type but not
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
领国家补贴就上京东，叠以旧换新补贴，买手机、电脑数码4折起。搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
I'll return. I have no idea how Tian got away with that, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Today, I was today years old when I realized it was Realm Warp and not Realmorph. What the heck? Weibo 610? Yeah, they are. Weibo have really struggled. They've really struggled. With a bunch of different things coming through. I guess we can do some words on stream, folks. I guess we can, as a treat. You know the drill. That'll be rain. Gain. Cane? No. It's grain. Yep. Also a lot of 5 and 6 letter words. Ken's good. I like Ken. Kashi, that's not how the game works. Oh no, it's Brucey rather. Kashi, you got it. I know you can just throw random words in there, but you don't have the facilities for that in this letter set. I know, Brucey. No, we've already shred down there. Crag. Did I run out of votes? Yes, I ran out of votes. We can run one more, probably. And if not, we shall see. Is that apparel? Parallel? There we go. There's no second P, which is why I also thought it was apparel. Oh my god, the Pale, is that Disco Elysium cameo? Oh yeah. Oh. Hey, enjoying it too. Okay. Just in time for draft 2. Okay, if draft comes on, I'll have to minimize the screen so you just keep spamming until... Oh, I mean, I'll be done now. Good job, everyone. Derek MVP. Damn, nice. Okay, close to draft. I took your word instantly both games, damn. Yeah, so with this, so I have a couple of lenses. So this is the one when I'm on just solo, I use this lens. So this is like one of the Sigma lenses, I think. It's better for like that kind of actual DSLR kind of fade. So it kind of like nicely focuses on the target that you're that's in your foreground. Whereas this one is better for multi-target thing. Okay, let's get ourselves into the second draft of the series. FPX had a lot of comfort picks in that first game. When you think about the Pantheon, Ahri, and then the Kai'Sa and the Nico, all of these are what I would consider, hey, Angie, good to see you. I will say hydrated. But yeah, hey, I think that a lot of these are like the top tier picks for FPX. Everything but top lane, I think, is actually what I would want FPX on. Always, almost. Banning out the Vi. Neferi's still open. How is game 1? A bit of a mess. Both teams making some big mistakes. I mean, Hung and Tien had some shockers for Weibo. It wasn't enough to lose them the game, but yeah. So, what are our first pick priorities? There's still... I mean, I don't think Neferi is first pick priority. Any of the other big globals? Talia gone, Ryze banned. Potentially not. You could go Sion, I guess, with the Gwen out. Yeah, Sion for Sheer looks pretty good, and Sheer's been playing a lot of that. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Then on the other side, Breathe, I guess he would have to go into something like the Yorick. I guess he could go Jace. But I think Breathe, I think I would prefer to see him on the Yorick. It's harder to punish that pick. Might not pick it now, though. You have a little bit of time. They can pick it on 3 if they want. They could pick something like... Well, there's no Ezreal, but you could pick... Well, no Varus either. I was trying to think if there's a blind pickable AD carry here. That's a blind pickable AD carry. Especially with the Varus and the Ezreal out. Callista 2. Really? Not sure about that one, Breathe. I know it's just a hover, but it's no longer just a hover. Okay. I would have much preferred the Yorick or something like that. I guess they want to play front to back. Very surprised at Cassante. I don't think Cassante is that good right now. Front to back for Weibo, having a strong front line to make sure that the Lilia gets value is nice. Give up Yone, Lilia, which are very good for FPX. You know, well, I said, oh, you know, the Ahri Pantheon might be the first pick options for FPX, as in, like, they're top tier for those roles for those players. But I think Shadow and Karen are very, very good at Lilia and Yone. This is... I mean, just look at the value of the picks on blue side. Sion, Lilia, Yone. I think all of them are top tier right now. On the other side, yeah, MF's fine, but Cassante into that? Neferi's not bad, but you have very little engage, so you need to have... I mean, you need Ral or Leona. You can ban them from FPX. I guess there are enough engaged supports to not make that a huge issue. But there's still only a single engage option. What are you going to do with mid lane? And what's Xiaohu going to play? Because Xiaohu doesn't have a big champion pool right now. Ahri's out, Talia's out, Ryze is out, Yone is out. His top 4 are all gone. He doesn't... I guess you play Annie. Maybe you play... In fact, I actually think FPX should ban Annie. I think you ban Annie right now. Yeah, exactly, because that's the engaged mid laner with Xiao he's been playing. Hey, Sam, good to see you. Saying, bit of a weird draft from Weibo.
Oh.
Where it's like, I mean, like Cassante being picked this early in, you could have gone for the. He's played 2 games of it recently. He is 100% win rate with a 21 KDA. So maybe they're saying like, look, I'm very good at it, but I still think surely you'd prefer something like a Yorick to deny the Scion the value. I'm still surprised.
I think it allows him to play through light a bit more heavily, in fairness.
Yeah.
And there's something to the fact that actually
but if that's the case, why is light on MF this lobby? Because if you want to play through light, you want to give him agency, and MF is not an agency AD carry. Good team fight, good wombo, but it's not agency. Right. So I guess you go. Yeah, I guess you go for Alistar or Rel here, and you choose the Alistar because it's a better matchup into the Rel. Means you do have a good double front line, actually. It's not bad for double front line. FPX needs to choose their bot lane now. There's actually a shout of Lucian in chat, and I don't mind that. I think Lucian Nami absolutely devastates this bot lane.
Agreed. I think you've already got a fun mid-jungle duo to work with. They're going to go for Corki instead.
I actually would have preferred the Lucian Nami.
I think I agree too.
Because it just destroys MF Alistar in lane.
It allows Asum to play on those more aggressive champions he does like to head towards. Well, mixed success, obviously, but you know, he is a Draven player by trade. And Corki, you can obviously play somewhat aggressively. We know Corki Rel is a thing with their double resist shred. It's not like it's a bad bot lane, but I agree, you could have gone to push it a bit harder, I think.
And also, I do think that Rel has the worst part of the matchup versus the Alistar nowadays.
Okay.
Where,
because I know it used to be more of a kind of like a...
It used to be a wash.
Thing, yeah.
It used to be a wash. Then Rel got changes where it's like, well, you can stun with the Q and then go into your crash down, so then it kind of became more Rel favored. And now I think it's back to being more Alistar favored again. His early levels aren't bad versus Rel, so he can actually headbutt poke, where he just like walks you. He just walks you. That is the Alice level and pun. So Xiaohu goes towards. Right, so now we have the Cowball combo. Interestingly,
plus Neferi's quite good with an Orianna ball.
But folks, I hate to say it, we have now just said we are going to play a single engaged team with Hung coming back as another like last minute substitution coming back in. And his first game was really bad.
So why is he back in?
Look, from all I can tell from social media and the way that people have been saying it, the atmosphere is completely just tanked. It's just tanked within Weibo. The atmosphere, the vibes are just not looking
immaculate.
Good. So, look, we now have a single engaged comp where the engager is your most struggling player. That is inherently risky to me.
I will say, depending on how Tien's playing, you can fake engage with the Neferi and a shot and a ball on top of you.
That's true. You know what? That's actually not wrong. Yeah.
So there is a
way. Like a budget Nocturne Ariana.
And arguably, you got better consistent damage afterwards, actually. I think it's doable.
Yeah, but your combo is not as fast or long range or unavoidable. There's a bug with Nocturne, which means that the ball has a longer leash range with Nocturne, which is why it's kind of broken. Anyway, folks, we're going to get ourselves into the second game, and we'll have a duo cast. Yay!
How exciting is that?
It's very exciting for I don't know, at least 2 people in this room. And as far as I'm aware, there are only 2 people in this room. Yeah, there's actually Longcat. There's Longcat in the background. Yeah, we'll get into the game. We'll hear those Chios. Thanks for joining us, folks. Well, there you have it. Oh, hey, Dr. Pelper, by the way. How's it going? Did you follow me on Blue Sky recently? I thought I saw your name pop up somewhere recently on notifications. I feel like that was a thing which happened. You know those things where just like you see a name and it's memorable enough, you're like, oh yeah, that happened at some point. All right, folks, let's get into it. Waves at chat from behind the casters. Yep, Sam has actually done that to me before, where he's just like literally just hidden in my room. I sit down to come back to stream and he just like freaking jump scares me. Okay, so I really like this part of FPX composition. I think this top side is really good. I like them a lot. You have the best frontliner in the game in Scion. And this mid-jungle 2v2 is absolutely nasty as well. I should probably be using arrows instead. The crash down misses. And Jue, good double up coming back from Light as well. I like that. However, you know, these two, I don't see how they slot into the game as easily later. Rel's fine, but I really feel like you could have busted open the Alistar 4th pick. As soon as you saw the Alistar and the MF locked in as your bot lane, I feel like you can play to really hurt the Alistar, the MF and the Alistar. And I guess they kind of are with the early levels. The early levels are going well. Light taking a little too much damage, trades the Ignite for the cleanse. Need Shadow to overperform to win this game? Well, if there's anyone to do it, has been Shadow on Lilia before, and they've just played. This is their 700th game in the LPL. World champion roster, of course. Not roster, but organization. Been around for a decent long while now. Not as old as some of our other organizations. Just saying, by the way, Sam, that this is the 700th game for FPX in the LPL.
Oh, wow. There you go.
So, fun little milestone there. I'm going to keep the headphones on until you're done eating, I think, maybe.
Absolutely fine, please do so. Obviously, I feel like we've got two teams with match scorelines, yes, but I think on quite different trajectories for me as well. So we just chatted about Weibo Gaming and the rumors of internal strife and misalignment and swapping supports and all the rest. On the other side, FPX, a team that were kind of lucky at one point to make it into Group Ascent, but the trajectory has been really good. The addition of Shadow has been really solid for the squad. He's really
for sure
given them some structure, some direction. He's not always perfect. He's a very, very aggressive
He's the
player,
leadership that they needed, though.
but he is exactly that leadership they need. And when he does get fed, he does smurf. Tien, no. I think potential angle they want to carry, just unbound his soul. The Eviscerate just shy of the Dark and Daggers. Go wide twice.
Me too. Just forcing Care to be respectful there. Care doing a bit of a whistle-stop tour of some of his favorite picks. Shadow doesn't spot the ward there. Now, he knows that the enemy bot lane sees him because he hit the goddamn plant to them, so they know that. Do they go for a big flash play? Light has no cleanse, and that might be a problem. Hung gets that double CC, and that means that Jue will go down in the dive. Can they get the kill back? Yes, they do, but both AD carries do go down in the trade. 2 for 1. With both kills going to the MF. That is disaster for FPX.
Really heads up flash from Light to get in range to get that last auto, avoid so much of the damage, and that is not a well-executed dive. Let's make no bones about that one.
Do you like how we just switched roles there for a second, by the
Good
way?
work, can I?
Yeah. I'm getting much more used to doing play-by-play, actually. The thing is, it can really hurt in some ways, because then sometimes I forget to stop yapping.
Yeah.
However, what it means is that... I don't always trust me, Sam. That's the problem. However, there are some other cases where you're like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have done that one. So, Make It Rain gets some kill participation from Light onto everyone involved. Flashes for the double up there. Dre not able to get the follow-up to his initial damage because Hung CC'd everyone else away from this. There's one person getting the CC taking over, but the follow-up isn't there. That's actually one of the best ways to play out dives, is to just split up the damage so it's not all happening at once. Make sure that time to kill extends.
More turret shots, more time. All these things are fantastic. So, Weibo Gaming, now in a potentially very good spot here. I think if you were looking at a bright spot on Weibo Gaming, and all puns intended, it probably has been Light across the last year or so. Been pretty consistent in general. Now set up for success here with the 2 kills. The problem is, look at that CS discrepancy. Because of the reset he had to go through, it's 47 CS to 17.
Okay, yeah, no, that is actually, that's actually huge. Now, I was thinking, well, you know, the 2 kills, that's disaster. Losing that much CS, well, that puts things in perspective, doesn't it? I mean, Corki still got the kill on the other side, so it's not like it's 2 kills to none. The cull put in for Light.
When he's keeping Light in touching distance in a way, he might have been out of this game.
Yeah, that's true. Tien now walking down, does get spotted out by Jue, has to flash away immediately. So, flash down for the Doge. Ignite used by Jue again. Used it twice now in 6 minutes. That's a good support. Ignite on cooldown, hell yeah, let's go. And Dragon goes over to side of FPX. Grub's not yet spawned, of course. That's Psyonot going back to reset the wave.
You can see the cuts are coming really hard here. No vision in the river, face checks and forced to flash away, you know? Can't be doing all those cuts from Doge. It just makes life so much harder for him. Or for Neferi.
Yeah, it's just not really that efficient, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, there's just something about the efficiency of this organizing body. The government, we'll call it government for short.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
It's not very efficient, is it? Swell Seed lies on to Shahu. Doesn't have level 6 just yet. Shockwave in. Hung does have flash and ignite.
Shadow forced to flash back away, was looking for an angle himself, but with multiple coming to the end, got level 6 available, not quite in range for the Hound's Pursuit. The flash away from Care keeps him out to safety. Bowling ball just wide, but a plate picked up in mid lane nonetheless. Weibo Gaming, not a bad start to this game, considering how it could have gone after everything else.
Gotta say as well, Xiaohu, not the first time in this split where we've seen him have a good Aura. Hang on a second, there's some roams up River Dway. You were spotted there, my friend. You don't have flash, that could be a problem. Make it rain. Doesn't slow him, but was trying to spot out extra vision. Doesn't get the crash down cancel. Dway gets that. Was nicely played.
And there's the Hound's Pursuit after Dway gets broken in half there. Well done from Weibo. That's the feat of martial mastery towards them. Just a turret of some objectives to pick up.
So what Dway was trying to do, stun the Alistar, jump over him. Gets the stun, but the Pulverize was sort of buffered because you can press it, get stunned, and the animation will go through, much like you would do with your Res Release or blah, blah, blah. And he manages to stop the crash down anyway. So Dway goes down for his second death of the game. We did say that Weibo weren't as fond of their composition. Thought that, well, you know, first 3 picks when you've got Sion, Lilia, Yone compared to Cassante, Neferia, and then the Misfortune, you start thinking, hang on, haven't we just traded down in terms of power? But I think if you go later on, and there is a strong Orianna on the map alongside a Misfortune that's now close back towards even as well, maybe we revise that. Maybe there is a point where FPX can get womboed to a certain point. We'll keep track of that as well, but do have a slim gold lead.
The other thing is Neferia in general. If that champion gets ahead with a bit of support, it'll be very difficult to manage. And you have actually got good dive buddies to help set the Neferia up for success with. The Cassante, the Alistar, the Shockwave on top of that. And your ability to skirmish in those 3v3s and those kind of scenarios is good. Grubs though being started right now by FPX, and I think Weibo go, look, we're not really in position for this, we'll just back away.
Yep, so that's 3 Grubs and the Dragon over to FPX. Slight gold lead towards Weibo. Breathe taking some heavy damage here from Sheer, actually. The Barmy Cinder helping trade quite well, even against the Sheen onto Cassante. It's been a while, really, since Cassante has been dominating individual matches. I
saw you.
Castained.
In every lane I can remember.
I swear to God, man. Now, the thing is that now you've got to be thinking about like that kind of edgy, and it is a genre of divorced dad rock. Now, the thing is, I love that genre. I am a huge Breaking Benjamin fan. I'm a huge, Stain. I like this song, blah, blah, blah. Now I just need, instead of Breaking Benjamins, I will not bow. I will not yield for Cassante.
Fantastic.
You can put it front top of the audio interface, so it'll advance up there. If you're not using it.
Don't worry about what I'm putting down anyway, guys. You can't see
Sam's got a finished bowl of food.
Which I did. It was very nice. It was the remains of some fantastic spag.
Bequeathed to the
spag. I've eaten the spag.
We had so much spaghetti yesterday.
There was a lot of spaghetti.
We took some extra in it, then took the remaining back in a takeaway box.
Well, really, it was a takeaway bag. They kind of just...
Yeah, they didn't actually have takeaway boxes. It was quite... I was like, guys, we need to run home because the spaghetti will soak through the bag. This is, it's like pocket spaghetti, you know?
Yeah, as opposed to pocket dirt, of course.
Of course, you know, one of nature's great fundamental
equalizers, yeah.
Of its great fundamental builders. Xiaohu doing well in the individual match, was said before. He said it's not the first time where we've seen him do well in the early game. In fact, actually, he's very good at the Orianna-Yone matchup. Maybe I should update my expectations for him with that in mind. He has destroyed Yones individually on Orianna before.
I feel like we need a team with Xiao Hao and Xiao Hu on at the same time. And then we need a Xiao Wei, a Xiao Wen.
Sam, we did have
Xiao Wen. I know we did.
We did have Xiao Hu and Xiao Hao on the same team. It was Weibo last spring.
Exactly. And I wanted a Xiao Wei, a Xiao Wen, and a Xiao Wei.
Can I interest you in a Xiao Huangren or a
That's true, that's close.
Or Xiao Bai?
Yeah.
Many such things do we have.
Many Xiaos, it's true. Basically, Xiao means little. And often a term of endearment.
Yeah. Xiaohu once again trading quite well here. I mean, this is... Hang on a second. Care, not best east.
Oh! Jovi!
Sure, it's a Jensen!
Still my favorite yell of all time with a Shockwave.
Yeah, for those of you that didn't see that, it was like... Was it Cloud9 or Team Liquid or someone versus SKT when they should have won a game and then Jensen completely messes up, so Wolf, who was streaming it, just goes... Jensen!
It's one of my favorite yells.
I mean, Xiaohu was... He was owed a solo kill there. He should have got that. He He outplayed himself. Now, Dragonsmith, thing is now, because Care is alive, he can actually turn to the Dragon fight, Weibo can't contest this. If Yone was dead, this would be a much easier fight. They might contest anyway, but it'll be harder than they should have had it.
I feel like the term shouldn't contest this is probably the correct term, but Team gets over the wall, now he's in danger, knocked up around, what was that? Gonna press W and flash away, but just over the wall, go sheer! Weibo! What on earth are you doing? Light flashes away, can look for a bullet type. That angle is solid, in fairness. But the turn with the false bomber flash away from Breathe. And Xiaohu does not have a lot of fun. I have so many questions and none of them are good.
I mean, Weibo should have just got the solo killer bot side. If Xiaohu had gotten that, it would have been much easier for them. So now we have a situation where the gold lead is now gone. Objectives are very heavily in the favor of FPX with 2 dragons and 3 grubs. And the matchup in mid lane, which I thought Xiaohu was doing quite well in before that play, has also now gone slimly into the advantage of Care. So Weibo, you better start acting a bit more cleanly around these fights soon, because we already know, as a composition, we have worries about it. Much less consistent damage, much slimmer engage options. Whereas FPX, if they get ahead in objectives and then force you to team fight as well, it becomes even harder to play what is already a hard to play composition.
Well, you know what they say. You can lead a mid laner to river, but you can't force them to Yone.
That's not how the saying goes, but I appreciate the attempt.
You see the attempt there, right? And the river's water. And there's river in the game.
That, Sam, you are really trying.
I am.
I appreciate the effort. You know, in this company, you know, motivation and improvement team. What? No, wait, what was that? I've just completely gone.
Was it XPEX's mum?
Yeah, it was. It was really bad.
Assume, all having fun times here. TM's walking and autoing, by the way, and the Dark and Daggers do a lot of work. In comes Dway. A little late, the dogs die, and Tien goes, well, my work here is done. See you, nerds.
Tien didn't even need to ult.
He just walked at him.
He just walked at him. Assume flashes and dies to the bleed anyway, uses his barrier before that. Assume that he's had a couple of big mistakes now. Between this game and the last. The last game ended with Tien 1v5 killing Assume, despite him having ultimate. Flash over the wall. Care has flash. We'll use it. Not sure it'll help.
And as the Pulverize can't get across the full model of the Alice, who's tanking the turret, Shockwave donates the kill. Nice combo there from Weibo.
So, Hung, good play this time. Alistair, one of his more confident picks, and hopefully that can allow him a better performance than the last game on the Rakan, which, you know, I also considered a comfort pick, but hey, let's not dwell on that too long.
He hung out to dry?
He hung himself out today, Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not the best game I've ever seen.
At least it's not versus PP God again. My favorite bot lane matchup.
True. Yeah, Hung versus PP God. Oh, the fun that we had. You know, there was a guy called Pinus as well. Yes, Pinus.
Yes.
That was actually a name of a player within League of Legends. I can't remember where they played, but they did play.
It's just like, you just have to sit there and raise an eyebrow, don't you?
Can we compare IG, Weibo, JDG with a Chameleon? I think that 2 of those are... look, I'm not going to say they're all they're not inconsistent. However, one of these pales in comparison to the other.
Very much.
No, like, Weibo is by far the most inconsistent team within the LPL. I don't know what to make of this team. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. For the last 2 years, this team has kept coin flipping games. They've coin flipped their way to a Worlds final in 2023. They got to Worlds again in 2024. Now, Weibo briefly had a period of stability in split 1 of this year, actually, where I thought they were a little more consistent. I think maybe towards the end of last year with Tarzan as well. Maybe you could question that again. But realistically, Weibo are our version of KT Rolster or Fnatic or any of these great inconsistent teams.
I think that's fair. We've got Herald coming up. I don't think we're getting that much of a contest quite yet. But the moment I say that, here comes the teleport and Tien is walking over. So hold your breath and ready for some violence as Tien going to look and try and steal that right there in time. Fight after a potential Tien hit by that swell seed, though, means not the easiest. It does force FPX to back awkwardly towards the mid-tier 1. So by pushing up that hard into the river, they can look at this turret. She gets headbutted away from that decimating smash, and so it doesn't get to cue the wave. Nice pick up for the turret there by Weibo, which I believe also earns them the feats of strength.
It's a very interesting comments to chat about. Crisp used to be called Pinus.
Yeah.
So that's a player name of all time. We have a world champion who used to have that nickname. Rusty used to be Rusty Ballbags, and Atlas used to be Slappy Baggins. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What?
Obviously, Dracos used to be Tifa.
Yeah, no, well, no.
Medic used to be Soma. I know those two.
Sona, not Soma. Soma is a...
Yeah, I thought the reason I thought it was Soma.
No, it's Sona. It's in, like, the champion Sona.
I thought it was Soma as in the drug.
No.
From Brave New World.
No. Nope. Breathe now kept alone under turret. 1v3. Quite tanky. I'm actually not sure
He's
you
level
kill
11 with Flash.
Yeah, no, the thing is that you will be able to kill the turret and ignore him though potentially.
Trying to clear the wave and keep it out from under the turret is the idea. Hung's coming on over there. It's the Herald all out on the Gorky. Nice angle. Bring into the headbutt over the wall. That is clean as hell. Well done, Weibo. They lose the turret, but they do get a nice punish there. And that's as the dragon spawned. You've got no Gorky.
How have we played against Cassante for like 3 years
and not learned not to step next to walls? Fight comes in next.
Go for the Magnet Storm combo. And do you mind turn this one around? Not bad for not having a Corki. The Soul gets rebound. Shadow finds a good set of Qs and will continue to make sure the blooms are dancing. Shadow gonna get run down by the command attack protect. That means the jungler's still dead. Care at about 20% HP as TN continues to eviscerate forwards. Dway being forced to bleed. Doesn't quite get tagged by the second one. When's the next eviscerate up? There it is on the auto. Gets over the wall, but Care's now in danger. Split off from the support. Sheer's still there. But as we know, Sheer Colt only a 40% success rate. And he does not get any value here. Weibo Gaming have to fight for it, but they get the dragon.
30% success rate.
As the dragon started up by Weibo.
Sorry about that.
It's not the one-hit KO which FPX were looking for. As instead now, the gold lead becomes a bit more of a larger fissure between the two. The initial plan was kill Breathe under turret, but for some reason we've not learned that you don't stand next to walls against Cassante after playing against him for 2-3 years. This is not acceptable. You do not position like that against the Cassante. He gets pulled out into the rest of the team. What tried to happen after this point from FPX, what they tried to do was, okay, Light is not here. They spot him back on the wave. We can take a fight. No AD carry to no AD carry, because Light's out of position. Even if he was, he doesn't have himself bullet time. Surely we can make a big play out of this. And they very nearly do. However, they go a little bit too far, and I think particularly this point, once that Swell Seed lands, that's when it fails. Because if Shadow hits that Swell Seed, the Q, he does actually kill, Shadow does kill Shahu there, but can't quite get the skill shot accuracy.
And credit to Shahu there for hitting some really important skill shots and getting the autos out. He's gone for the Luden's build. Thank you. Giving us some actual burst here. He knows what his role is, and he's got a lot of people to get the ball into play. So when it does, it needs to hit hard. Realistically, everyone but the Scion is a fair target. You've got enough anti-tank elsewhere. You don't need to do that as the Orianna this game.
For sure, and I think that just having that value of just removing a carry with the burstier build is very, very important. Tian getting some damage. Well, he misses the Q there, so won't get that much down. But doesn't have the Black Cleaver yet to be a true threat towards the Cassante. Xiaohu getting the solo turret gold now on the side here too, which will help go towards what is that a Storm Surge second actually? I think
it might be. It might also be a Shadow Flame.
No, it doesn't build out of the Ether Wisp.
Oh, the Ether Wisp. In that case, it probably is a Storm Surge.
Yes, it is that Storm Surge coming through. Which I said because I don't expect to see that as much now. There were some big itemization changes coming through recently with the 0.10 patch where we had stuff like the Leandries and the Rod of Ages nerfed. However, Malignant's got more AP to it. Yeah, a couple of items were, the more bursty ones were increased actually, just because a lot of the actual bursty items for AP were not that great.
They went. Storm Surge, after its initial surge in what the hell this item is so broken, really fell off. And I think the other thing is people forget it's actually a fairly good movement speed item. Getting a chunk on someone gives you a lot of move speed, and I think in this game when you're trying to deal
base from as well.
Exactly. So I mean, but you're looking at Corki, Rel, Yone, and Lilia with her Q stacking can get really difficult to manage as the Ori, so any way to give yourself more mobility does feel quite good. Sure, head splash in, and Weibo Gaming understandably decide to back away from what could have been a tricky scenario.
Gold lead for Weibo will make them feel pretty good about things. I think what will make them feel better actually is the fact that Assume has really struggled to play out these team fights. He's I say team fights, just the game in general right now. The early lane was fine, but being caught in that mid lane, getting caught in that fight there. Assume is down 1.5k gold after getting a 30 CS lead from lane after that dive. That is very problematic. Now, FPX is a really frustrating team for me because much like a team like WE as well, despite there being good performances from pretty much every member at different points, right? You know, Dway's Nico, Assume's Kai'Sa, Karen Shadow both had great games on their choice picks and stuff, and Sheer I think goes without saying in that too. FPX very rarely have all of them playing well at the same time. The reason for me why they're at 6 and 10 equal with Weibo in terms of series score in a lot of ways is because they just can't fire on all cylinders. Very rarely do they. And the fact that Assume is having a poor game here really sucks because I actually think the rest of the team has good draft for them, and it has been Assume who's been caught out a lot to pull them behind.
Well, you know what they say about assuming, and makes an ass out of ooh and
Okay. Is that in what language, Sam? Is
because it's assume, right? But he doesn't have the E, so it's got to be ooh and So I can't have. It's not me, is it? Because there's no.
We must find ooh and
You see, so you assumed, Alex.
We must find ooh and
So yeah, so you
let them know that they're in danger.
And you made an ass out of you.
But not
no.
We must find still. That is the source I'm giving it for showing, by the way, which is kind of nice. Has the increased pen from the boots too. So this is like full magic pen. I say that doesn't come from Lupins, but like this is full burst coming through from Xiaohu. One of the other things which came through on the patch before this one is feats of strength are cheaper, but what? Why did you just at me?
Tway needs to change his name to Chuns. Some Chuns. Just give me Chuns.
Wow.
It needs to be done. Just make it happen.
I'm very happy that...
Or we get Ming back!
I'm assuming...
Yeah.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Also fantastic. Why am I reinventing the wheel? He's already there.
Or just Ed, assumed.
Ed, yeah. Edward could come back.
We need to see him back on EDG. Assumed. Why are they assumed?
Where were you when bot lane was assumed?
Atkan's up and available, Dragon is 2, so both objectives down on the bot side of map. Tien doesn't see everyone there, just the W can stop that coming through, but doesn't get the reaction time.
Oh no, oh Tien, why? Why?
You have to use the W on the particle flying towards you, not afterwards. Misuses it. Suddenly jungle down with both objectives up.
I don't really have anything to say about that. That was poor.
Well, Atkan's still going down, and we still potentially have contestants. Breathe wants to still hold the front line. They have the bullet time still to use. Light trying to get in position. Atkan down. Where's the bullet time?
Wait, this spot of danger. Light flashes out of the magnet and will get the kill all out. They drag Sheer. Probably not the best target, but he got Breathe out of dodge as soon. Got Conqueror stack. Look for something more. Swell Seed lands. Remember, no Lilting Lullaby, that's the name of it around.
Bullet time is still available. There's still that Shockwave too. I think Weibo can very much fight with Light being full HP. They should be looking to fight this.
Shockwave lands only onto Sheer, unfortunately. Went for looking for everyone, but enough move speed to back out to safety. Care went looking. Flash away from Xiao, who are aware of potential Q3.
So a mistake by Tien, who doesn't know how the interactions work between Lilia and Neferi, I suppose. You can press W to stop the Lilting Lullaby coming through. If you press it before the particle reaches you, that's typically how it works, because you become untargetable much in the way that Fizz E can stop that too. Sadly, didn't have the reaction time. It doesn't use the flash afterwards either, which could have actually been very useful there. Tien, a couple of mistakes now. Did, of course, in that dragon fight earlier, also had a bit of a big oopsie as well. Means that gold lead decreases. Soul point for FPX. Weibo robbed of an opportunity to potentially pull out a good team fight with such a strong MF.
So, Tway and Care now looking to retreat towards their own turret, but that's FPX finding a good moment there in a game. The hand felt like it was falling away from him a bit. It's got the Soul point, it's got the Matacam. These are good things. Of course, Care at this point with the 2 items on this Yone, with the Lilia continuing to stack up pretty well here, building towards the Zhonya's actually stopped off before completing the Zhonya's to go towards things like a Fiendish Codex, so kind of aware doesn't need necessarily to complete the full item.
On a big flank, potentially cut 2 people off, isolated. Choose not to. Teleport coming in from the Scion, actually, because the FPX see the envelopment coming through, looking to try and help the members escape.
Idea, Care misses that Q3. Baron's still up. I say still, it's only been up for 30 seconds. It would be a bit of a T1 moment if they've managed to rush it that fast.
Hung still on the flank, has flash, has ult. Breathe. Can always press that W, make a fight happen. Care not going to spot anyone roaming around this topside jungle. Instead, Weibo might do what they've done a little bit before and just use the inside track on some mid lane. They do. Don't have any growth, but they do have 2 people hitting it. That's going to be an inner turret. Weibo get the inside track.
Good job. Flash pulverize after the minion tax. He gets a flash out of Care, but put Hung pretty deep here. Gonna get knocked up in the wall on the other side. Breathe also engaged onto. It's still a little bit far now from Weibo. Hung finally breaks the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Into the back line they go. Bullet time was okay for a second or two, but then Shadow flashes on in and Assume finishes up the misfortune. Weibo have overplayed their hand here, now in a lot of danger. On the wrong side of the map, another kill over towards Assume, picks up that Corki. Both bot laners down. Breathe doing his best to try and play it on the 1v3, but he's just not tanky enough. 3 dead means Baron for Fun plus Phoenix.
Hung makes the mistake which blows open the game for FPX. Too far on the Alistair, and FPX will find themselves a window to get the Baron. This should tide them over towards Soul as well. Big mistake coming through from the support. Coming back in after a torrid split. Hung and Airhead coming about. Xiaohu looking to contest. Tien over here as well. 2v5.
Running at Xiaohu, they turn on to Tien, who's not got a W available at the beginning. Turn it around with some of the autos, with the command protect available. They killed off the Rel. Can look to catch someone out here. They've not managed to do Baron. Now Shadow, Assume, Sheer, all quite low. There'll be a teleport and breathe in 15 seconds. They're not managed to clear out the ward. Sheer being chunked very low here. Needs to be very afraid. All the while, of course, Baron is still up. And I wonder whether Weibo on the reset here can just turn back to the big purple one.
I mean, Sheer doesn't have teleport, has ult in 10 seconds. Should be able to reset and come back into it anyway. Shadow has himself Zhonya's, has another stasis available, lights back up now, and suddenly 5 members from Weibo. This should have been the mistake which blew open the game for FPX. Suddenly it's not, and Weibo potentially get themselves a Baron opportunity themselves.
Excellent work from Xiaohu and Tien to hold the line there against the Baron, and now they're going to lose that. Got themselves Soul up in a minute though. Perhaps you can play for that one. Engage onto Care though, with the Hound's Pursuit means Yone. He's going nay-nay. I did not agree to this.
Watch him whip and watch him Yonene. I don't know what that's a reference. It's a song. I don't really know what the song's about. And I don't think FPX know the beat they're dancing to either.
That's what happens when he presses E a few times.
Right, yeah.
Whips forward and then goes nay and back away.
But Weibo somehow muddled their way through the situation, much like the last game. Feels like both teams are making quite big mistakes, and the other teams are good enough to punish. And right here, there was a mistake around the team fight a little earlier around Dragon. Weibo punish onto Corki, then FPX try and punish back. It's kind of like this domino effect of one mistake leading to these very frenetic fights. And sadly, neither team clean enough to get clean victories away from them. 30 seconds till Dragon. This should have been FPX being in the advantage, taking a clean Baron, going towards the Dragon afterwards. Just no longer the case. We now have Xiao, who's just hit level 16. He's 2 levels up on Care now. Has the rank 3 ultimate, almost at the death cap too.
E hurts quite a lot right now, especially with the upgraded Sork Pen boots. Put down a control ward as well. I wonder whether he was going to be buying something, but not going to happen. Also check the inventory of light 3.5 items, including a Dirk. That Misfortune really stings at this point.
Yeah, he's got himself flash too, importantly. So he can reposition. What's often happened is Dway is flashing at the Misfortune. He flashes back and then looks for the bullet time. He's even patient with it, which makes sense. Xiaohu using that blue trinket. Good chunk! Jesus Christ! That's Storm Surge even proccing onto him. Shadow around the flank. Will be spotted out potentially by the wards further up. Breathe, taking a little bit of damage. We have the Dragon unleashed.
As Sorcerer's Elixir's running to Xiaohu, and it shows. Headbutt onto Sheer, who goes up into the sky and has his Soul Furnace broken. Breathe into the backline goes to him. It's only onto Xiaohu. Flash away from that potential fate sealed. Sheer also misses the ult. Oh, FPX. All of those fumbles are going to hurt. Sheer tries to get some damage onto Xiaohu. Will go down to the zombie form all the while. Dway forced to flash on out. Dragon secure. Bullet time forces the retreat. And the zombie won't do all that much. The Cranberries misled me. Assume getting eviscerated. Dway crashes down. Light will ensure with the love taps that the bot lane are not having all that much. It's a love punch to the face.
There are many things you can call Weibo. Not clean, but there are many things you can call them outside of that. Weibo get themselves their Dragon, they get themselves the kill, and they should be 2-0ing this series now. It's been a while since Weibo have been able to muddle their way through a game, but still come out on top. That's often one of the bigger ways that they win out series, and right here, they need a way to rectify the ship. With so many losses back-to-back, they might have just found it.
Well, everything we can remember about this team, as messed up as some of their games are, they still find their way towards a victory. Clutch defensive play, clutch moments around that Baron, get them back into a game after it felt like they'd fumbled it.
Weibo were on a very poor run of form up until this series. They get themselves the 2-0. No, it's not against one of our top tier teams in the LPL, but it's still something, and that's important. Just being able to rectify the ship just a little bit, very important. They were on a 6-loss streak, folks. They've just broken their 6-loss streak. They initially came back to form by taking out Hung, bringing in Erher as that support. Now they do the opposite, bring back in Hung for the replacement. And while I don't think Hung had a fantastic series, his Alistair game was better, maybe it affects the way that they see the game, the way that they shot call, things that we don't know from just watching in through that gameplay. It's enough for now, and Weibo will leapfrog FPX and go into 6th place now.
From 6-4 to 6-10, that wasn't a pretty sequence from Weibo, let's make no mistakes about it, but they now get to the 7th win. That is important. Within touching distance of people like IG and the likes, who are, as we said, also somewhat inconsistent, but in very different ways. It feels like Weibo, it's something new every time that goes wrong. Whereas with IG, we know it's because they've hand-checked a little hard. With someone like JDG, it's because, well, what happened with their jungle support? Have they been firing, yes or no? If the answer is no, we know it's kind of been a problem game. It's a bit more obvious as to what has gone wrong with those teams. With Weibo, you look at it and you go, how did we get here?
And while that's also been a question in previous seasons, when you think about when Weibo kind of came up into prominence internationally in 2023, when they built a super team around the Shy and Xiaohu leaving RNG for the first time, then last year as well, even bringing in Tarzan, even though it was how did we get here, there was the positive slant of how did we get here? Oh, but we'll know that when it comes through to Worlds or into summer playoffs and whatever, they'll still show up and be accounted for. This is a team which has made a World Finals, it's made LPL Finals. They have been a team which confuses us, but we still have respect for them. This year, I think that respect has taken a knock. I think that
agreed.
They've not been able to play the smoke and the mirrors when it gets late enough into the game. I think their individual performances have not been to the level which they've needed it before. And they need to regain some of that respect.
Like, have we seen the consistent highs from Xiaohu? Not really. There's been some moments, don't get me wrong, I think he has stabilized a bit, particularly from Winter, where it was looking very poor, but Breathe as well. When's the last time you saw a true Breathe carry game? Where he was putting his name up there with the likes of your Bins and the Shies as one of the very best in the regional, things like the Jax and the Renekton and all those other wonderful picks. Hell, the Gangplank back when that was a thing. It's just not been really happening. I think Light has probably been pretty consistent, but everyone else, you go, not been easy. I think Tien's also had a pretty torrid time of it in terms of having lanes to work around in a consistent fashion. And there's a lot here that's clearly going wrong beyond just individual play.
Yeah, I will say, I think Xiaohu's been looking... I don't think Xiaohu's ever been consistent for this roster.
No,
I don't think he's ever been
I agree.
consistent.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, he's had high moments, but typically he's taken a back seat. He's been like the secondary player, and then we kind of figure stuff out beyond that point. Right, I'm going to go take a break. We've got 12 minutes pre-roll, so you can go through this and go through the highlights of the MVP probably, and then play them after when we do.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
That's good damage from Xiaohu. He did all right this game on the Ori. Some very clutch team fights, right? When they had that moment when Shadow went looking for his health and he managed to get that kill. Big play around the Baron as well. I think it probably is a Xiaohu MVP. Probably. I can see some arguments elsewhere as well. Hey, JDG. Good to see you. How are we all doing? Hi, Crafton. Oh. Wait, Hung is playing again? Yes, he is. He's back in. There's been an emergency sub, and that says quite a lot about how this game has been going, really, doesn't it? Oh, no. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Like, this was nearly a cool play, but they didn't quite have the follow-up. Care gets a flash out, Hung gets cooked by the Swirl Seed. You just have to leave the Alistair to die, guys. Especially his Breed is being run down on the other side. Like, why get yourself caught up there by Care getting a really good ult as a result? Like, there's some... There's not a willingness to call off a bad play once it's got going. Has been somewhat problematic. LPL will humble JDG. That's a bold call. Actually, speaking of, let me. We have to avoid. Let me get words on stream. Words on stream. I run some ads too shortly. But here's the MVP. Let's have a look. It's Xiaohu. No surprise there. He actually had quite a good game considering that was quite a tricky game. Did a lot of damage. I agreed with the build path. Clutched out some really important fights. All good stuff. Also, for those of you back home, now will be a great opportunity before I put the ads on to subscribe on the Twitch channel. Be that via Twitch Prime or via the power of your wallet. You can avoid the adverts that will be coming in, which would be great. And of course, we are a community broadcast. We are funded by all of you back home. So for those of you who can help support us, makes a massive difference to our ability to keep doing what we're doing. Much love to all of you out there. Please do consider throwing some support at us. I see Angie and Katari have both resubbed, so thank you very much to both of you. Love you both. Welcome to the community again, or welcome back. And for everyone else, now's a great opportunity to hit that subscribe button or use that Twitch Prime. I hear it gives you a free sub a month. You can show us how that works. But anyway, let me run some ads. And we'll put some words on stream on. Words on stream. Go. Xiaohu deserved it. Yeah, he smoked both games. That's fair. I didn't see game one particularly well, so I don't have too much to say about that one. How are we doing? Not bad. D was fake. Ooh, good work. Fort's got it. Nice. That runs mad. That did run mad. Good work, Sam. Elamia, damn. 21 points.
恭喜你们！
Good work.
谢谢大家鼓励的掌声。今天终于2比0，非常痛快拿下比赛，也是一扫颓势啊，也是终于终结了连败了。此时此刻最想说什么呢？
就好不容易赢了嘛，然后也是2比0赢的，就挺开心的吧，大家都。
确实也是今天打得非常的漂亮。其实回顾近期之前 WBG 的比赛，我们会发现比较可惜的是，多次啊在你们优势局的时候，可能会因一些这个决策的失误，所以最后也是痛失好局嘛。所以今天在这一点上，你觉得队伍有做到改善吗？
就前面的确有很多局都是前面比较优势嘛，然后后面被翻盘。
WE 哈。
针对这个点就是做了很多复盘嘛，然后今天也是有在努力好好做好中后期的那个运营。
确实看得出今天我们这个 WBG 也是有备而来啊。聊到今天比赛，其实看得出 WBG 给我的感觉就是志在必得这场的胜利啊。第一局来说，虽然说中期双方还是有很多一个正面碰撞的，但是好像都是点到为止。你们是怎么考虑的呢？
就是我们那个阵容就往后面打也是打团非常有优势嘛，但是有些团就有几波团就是没有打到，都最后有结果吧，就继续往后期打了。
还是稳一点。我特别想了解的是，很好奇的是，最后有一波是决胜的一波团战，这个小倩的诱饵战术，这个是纯粹的意外收获还是设计好的？
那个很意外，就是大家都在那个群里了，就没想到会有人没传过去，然后结果发现 就少了个人上车，最后对面 AD 还死了，就很奇怪。
但是确实最后也是通过这个队友的一个协同，包括前期建立的一些优势，也是拿下最后的胜利啊。第二局我们看到你们是围绕的一个走爆发、输出发条的这样的一个阵容。那中期我们看到，其实对手 Plus 也是在资源上有拿到不错的表现，包括也有抓住机会。有动荡的时候，你会觉得这局是不是有点有惊无险？有没有自己特别印象深刻的画面
？Not bad, not bad, not bad. What was to be missed?
他们也是打得挺好的嘛，然后。我们就一直就是专注在游戏里面，就想好美国团要怎么打得更好一点吧。就可能最后一波团的时候印象比较深，大家也都打得就挺好的。
确实今天在协同上做的是非常到位的。那么对于 WBG 来说，最后在组内赛还剩一场比赛，在22号的那一场，包括后面还要备战我们的骑士之路。CC 对后面的比赛、后续的赛程有什么期待吗？
就希望我们继续连胜，就能连胜吧。然后。调整好心态去准备后面的比赛吧。
我们也期待越来越好、越来越好风貌的我们的 WBG， 给你们加油了！也谢谢 CC 接受我们的赛后采访。接下来时间也一同来关注一下我们本场比赛的 Spotlight。
踢中了，能打完来上攀升那个落圈他，直压他！不用！一过来！看中路，手中来做大，做不上来的走。
他跳了，他牌子没大，
可能会死吧？有佛甲吗？这里可以保下，
可以打。
看尼克没闪，先把尼克杀了。兔子，能打赢的兄弟们。他 AD 死了，慢慢来。兔子在这里，我踢中了。把兔子杀了，我现在是杀住了。你自己去吧。
我就把他 AD
没上来。
我不知道他 AD 就这样被我投死了吗？
我才被你投死了吗？
那被我单杀了。
听到我可以接台的，等一下。好，来。等一下。
等我们
来一波。先打脸上，别急。利亚状态一般。我7秒技能，6秒。利亚过不来。单天血。开我了，我交闪了。我没事。练。来保着我打。看辅助。帮我看里边的。我能顶他走。他不敢抢，打。还能追吗？我有大。我可以追。我来。慢点，别怕。
这个没闪，小伙。
来。中路有线。利亚死了。中。今天吗？看他。来。一枪又刷了波伤害，可以。就在今天啊。nice， 这是多久没2-0过去？都是我们被2-0。
Go again. Game over. Oh no. Go again. Start it all over. It's rough for me because my English sucks. Your English is fine, Scout is best. I grant you, this one is. I'm actually really bad at these games. I struggle with the I'm dyslexic and ADHD. This is not a good mix for this. My brain jumps to all the wrong places. Got Hawk already, huh? Rhea. Not normally a name. We've got Reek, yeah. Hawk, good choice. Hawk in general, there's in. We got Hawk. We do. One before Hair. Yeah, Hake. I mean, that's the one I just typed. Yeah, good call. So, yeah, Rake. Yeah, there you go. Nice work. 5 whole levels, guys. Nice. One more time. How you doing, boss? One more to go. It'll be a G or a P, possibly a P actually from there. Yeah, use a brief spot.
I've got chocolate in the kitchen for some reason, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know. I made it last night.
Okay, you should probably,
and then
like pull it out then.
Well, I mean, well, okay, it's fine.
Well, it's not fine being wrong. No, why is your first response? For years, your response is it's fine, even when things are clearly not fine.
It's fine.
It's not.
I was gonna put it in the fridge with my plan.
In that case, currently, it's not fine.
It's fine.
Okay, well, I want to see what's happening in the team stats as well. We'll go for one more. It's the British way. I know it's a very British way. However,
Winds you up a lot.
It does, because it's deflectioning. It's deflecting, and not actually dealing with the problem at hand. Wait, I'm asking for Initialise questions, worried he's going for Denmark or not. Wait, why? Wait, did I miss that? I feel like I missed that. Heck no. When there's no end. Wait, there's no age. No. Okay, I need to update the title as well. NIP JDG. So JDG just came off of beating BLG, of course, which is kind of huge for them. That it puts them at the front runners of the top 4 race. Lee versus Pays, completely agree with that. Pays was monstrous versus BLG, and he's been very good on the whole for JDG. He's had some down moments, don't get me wrong. I think in their loss streak, he was one of the primary reasons why they were losing. Is that true? Primary reason? No, I mean, he wasn't great. I guess missing wasn't awesome. Okay, not primary reason, but he was not having a good time as well. So yeah, you can't like protect him through all of that. Damn, this is quick sell. IG maybe easily beat FPX. Yeah, typically IG do. Yeah, I mean, hang on, who have they lost to? I think last time I was like, oh, IG, they stomped down on like lower place of competition. I don't think that's actually true. Oops. IG lost against that IP. I guess they did win the series. They did lose against Waver. Oh, but then they're super weird as well, aren't they? It's hard to play when your support is missing, yeah, both in name and in nature, sadly. Yeah, that can be a thing. Dread. Ed might be fake. No, I guess not. Maybe N is fake. Wait, yeah.
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人松琪。我们邀请到了深圳 NIP 的中单选手杜云碧，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是深圳 NIP 中单杜云碧。
欢迎多一并选手。那首先想要问到的是，最近队伍肯定还在非常积极的去调整复盘。那今天呢，你们面对的对手 JDG 也是一支实力很强的队伍。你觉得在遇上他们的时候要注意到哪些方面呢？
我觉得是我们要注意京东的团战吧，因为 JDG 这个战队最近的比赛上表现都非常好嘛，他们每次都会找机会开到对面的 C 位，然后先把 C 位秒了，经常打那种4打5的5打4的团战，多一个人那种团。我觉得我们要注意这方面，熏的绕后啊，这方面我们一定要注意。
有注意到他们一个团战的表现。那第二个问题是关于你个人，最近马上迎来你个人征战 LPL 10周年的里程碑，你觉得这个里程碑对你来说又意味着什么呢？
首先非常感谢大家一直支持我吧。我觉得今年的付出，虽然我们现在的成绩跟第一赛段的成绩其实不是我理想中的那种，不是我想要的成绩，但是我觉得今年的付出都是值的，因为很多粉丝学友，包括每次来现场的粉丝们都一直支持我，一路陪伴，非常感谢大家。然后
I mean, I'd imagine it's Uzi. I just can't think of anyone else who. The problem is, it's like Uzi. It comes like a little too late for people to really buy into the hype of him. Because I think a lot of new gen like people just do not understand how crazy he was. Because let's be honest, a lot of people are fans of like a lot of people. There is a section of the fan base. It's quite a sizable one that doesn't really think that anything before 22 T1 exists. Like, wow, FPK. Like, and that's probably where the timeline starts, and that's cool because they've been brought into the fandom by one of the most popular and successful teams in all of League of Legends history. But I think a lot of people weren't around for Uzi's heyday of 2018, 2017.
此前在组内赛第一轮，你们2比0战胜了他们，现在又来到了关键的抢分环节。对于今天的这场比赛，有什么期待吗？
因为今天这场赢下来，我们就能确定进入前4吧。然后就是希望能稳扎稳打的赢下来吧。
好的，期待你们在赛场上的发挥。
Yeah, ease the hit him on.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
Ah, it's both around. Jesus, okay. Well, next level's gonna be really hard, isn't it? Okay. We'll watch the broadcast now. This should be in Shenzhen as well, NIP's arena. G'day, Joe.
What was the Weibo score? They 2-0 FPX. Shang Dan solo kill， 打野 Aki， 中单 Doing B， 下路 Leave， 辅助 PP God。
Oh no, this is in Beijing. Sorry, this is in Beijing. This is in JDG's arena. It's not in Shenzhen at all. I was wondering why it looked different. I was like, this is a different floor plan. I forget that it's 2 teams within an arena.
欢迎北京 JDG Esports， 上单阿乐，打野勋，中单 Scout， 下路 Haze， 辅助 Missy。
They are actually calling him Scouts now instead of Scoot. So JDG currently top 3, 10-6 in series score, plus 10 in game score, so they are 2 game score ahead of BLG. JDG, BLG, IG are looking to lock the last 2 top 4 spots. Top 4 guarantees playoffs.
LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Yeah, so thank you for the enlarged version of my face there, Tomato. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Top 4 guarantees playoffs. JDG, BLG, and IG are currently 3rd through 5th, which means that one of those teams will miss out on top 4. Now, on current form, you have to expect that's IG. However, JDG did just beat BLG. So perhaps BLG, maybe they can be rocked a little bit there. They were on a huge win streak before that. LPL jerseys are amazing. I like some of them more than others. I really like the BLG one. I think that the tangent, the gradient they have is very cool. And who else has got cool ones? JDG's got decent jerseys. I like the logo. By the way, if you want to do the JDG sign, by the way, you do your two hands, like you do like the you do it like that. Is it like that? Yeah. You can like do the devil horns, but like that. It is. They do that sometimes in their victory poses. I can't remember exactly how to do it, but yeah. How does the LPL playoffs work? What benefit does first position have? I believe you play against lower seeds or get choice of no, that I don't think you get to choose opponents, but the playoffs are a double. It's not Split 2 is not the playoffs that we normally have. It's a giant double elimination bracket. Some people start in lower bracket. Yeah, we'll get ourselves into a 1v1 soon. What our ad timings look like. Yeah, we'll have to run like a minute ad break after the thing. Rumble, Gwen, Jace is available. Draven, no Varus. Kled banned against Doomby, of course it is. Doomby versus Shun, so Shun's in the 1v1, that's fun. Alright, Gwen versus Rumble, a common top lane matchup. Top 2 teams are locked? Yes, the top 2 teams, are they locked top 2 or top 4? I believe that... Yeah, top 2 I don't think is... Wait, is that locked? I think... How many series they got left? 2 left. Yes, top 2 are locked. Yes, top 2 are locked. JDG and BLG can end up at 12 and 6 maximum, and they won't be able to catch anyone's legend after their victory yesterday. Yeah, so top 2 are locked. Top Esports and anyone's legend are top 2. Yes. There is a... There's... Yeah, no, and top Esports are locked first. AL are locked second. Yep. Okay, into our 1v1. That little string bit there reminds me of a bit of a string section in Genshin's. I think it might actually be around Mondstadt. Like part of the OST though. One of the boss fights. Tomorrow, first match, IG vs FPX, might have less audience because Cage will watch Cage will watching that series. I mean, let's be honest, like, I don't really want to be at the mercy of when Cage will streaming because that just is going to weigh on my mind, right? Anyway, let's get ourselves into game. Like, I don't want to have to worry about stuff like... I know that we're small fry. I know that we're not going to be the biggest audience out there, but, like, it's already kind of difficult enough. I don't want to have to, like... I don't want to have to, like, worry about when other people are streaming, you know? And plus, like, Casual will stream, you know, the matches which he wants to, which are typically some of the better ones, the IG ones, and that means that I want to be streaming them too, right? Because the logic is that he streams the ones which are the more interesting matches, right? Which means that they're the higher value series anyway. Yeah, Ignite Barrier for Shun. Conquer on both sides. Doomby's not going for Comet. This is going for the heavier 1v1. Misses a CS there. Damn. Haunting guys first for Doomby. It's not going towards anything like the... There was a McCall, what was I going to say? Nothing like the, you know, Double Door and Start or something like that. Having having Conqueror and Haunting Guys means that your damage over time in long trades is really annoying. Yeah, for sure, Mecha. Okay, into the 1v1 stand. We have Shun versus Doomby. We have a Rumble Gwen matchup. It's a common top lane matchup. Doomby obviously was a Rumble player in the past too. He played it mid lane quite a lot. He's one of the people who popularized that, actually.
Did Shun ever play Gwungle? Did Shun ever play Gwungle?
Maybe once or twice. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine you would have done back in the day. I saw some of your Ari videos, really helpful. I can't remember the last Ari video I did. It was a while ago. I did do like a call-out post for pros building just Everfrost after Everfrost was nerfed, and it was really annoying. Now, luckily, there is actually a player who does follow, you know, the key piece of advice, which is you must snowball on this champion by Dark Seal first back every game. Rookie does that. Not Rookie does that. Knight does that.
Yeah.
And he is, you know, the best ARA in the world. He is the best ARA in the world.
It's basically, there was always that holy trinity, right? It's going to be a ways off, I take that back. As it's just coming through. I lied, I was right. I was right! Wondering why Shun stepping so forward. It must be for level 6.
Oh, and Shun misses the cannon as well, denied by Doomby. So, Doomby escapes the trade. Shun misses the cannon. Doomby can equalize the next wave if he wants to as well to hard push it in. And, yeah.
He's messing up the narrative. It's not canon.
Yeah, but you were saying there's a holy trinity of RE players, which...
Well, like, Chovy, Faker, Knight were kind of the trinity for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I think that Rookie deserves to be in there, but he didn't go international to prove it. But, and if you're going to kind of talk about, like, the modern iteration of RE after the rework, you have to talk about Xiaohu too.
Oh, yeah.
Because his, Xiaohu's kind of rise and fall is kind of linked to the vision play around that meta too, because he was very good when there were less vision tools in the game to use himself like a living ward, slip out of vision control, and then kind of come for these big flanks, which is how he beat T1 at MSI 22. And actually, T1 then ended up taking a lot of macro hits from Xiaohu. They learned from Xiaohu. A lot of people don't respect him as much as Shun misses another creep there. Oops.
That was another cannon, actually, as well, which is a bit significant. Out comes the equalizer. Gonna throw out a number of those R's, but there's just not enough to him. We just get to sit there and set him on fire.
So that's one of the 2 early kills you need as a win condition. Remember, I say this every time, but a lot of people tune in and they don't watch many of the 1v1s. Win conditions for our 1v1s are 2 early kills, 1 late kill, or a tower. And Doomby gets half the tower, gets one of the early kills too. So he gets a bunch of gold. And if Shun dies again, game over. Now, if Doomby dies once early, that's fine. If he dies once the Ring of Fire spawns, then obviously Shun would win on the other side. Riftmaker first, Conqueror, Oblivion Orb. Doomby is very much going towards extended trades. You won't beat me.
I think especially because this Gwen is sat on 2 amp tones compared to the full Riftmaker. Yeah, you don't win that trade right now.
Shun has been bent over the barrel a little bit in this 1v1. He's not had the best wave control. What you typically try to do with Gwen is stack up your Q like this and then try and go for the Qs in the next stage, but you don't win the extended trade is the problem, and Doomby's very happy to overheat and win the extended trade.
Get the overheat, make sure the flame spitter is on, and then you just kind of sit there and suffer. Is that Vandal Rumble?
No, it's the Baron, whatever it is, Rumble. Bad Baron, or bad, there's something Baron Rumble, whatever it is.
He just says mediocre a lot, or wants to.
Yeah, the Mad Max Rumble. Doomby, trying to punish, yeah, you know, just waiting until the cannon would go down. Tries to use enemy champion's auto attacks, and they're like telegraph CSing as a CC ability. Shun misses the cannon, so he's missed his 3rd cannon now.
Oh,
and still gets hit by the E.
So what is the Mad Max build for Rumble? Is it just maxing Scrap Shield? Because that would be the maddest max.
I mean, isn't that point just ultimate bravery at that point?
Yeah.
Badlands Baron Rumble, by the way.
Ah, Badlands.
Right. 2 level lead is crazy. It's not great for Shun, is it?
Oh, this is getting worse. He's not going to be far off level 11, I don't think, is Doomby. And then it gets even worse.
Yeah, he's about half a level off of it right now. So
worstest.
That sounds like... Okay, nice traded on both sides. Equalizer not available just yet.
Oh, Shun! Guess what about the Equalizer burn? Barrier comes on down. And it was just not there in time. Shun finds a window. Important, that.
That is a crazy turnaround. Doomby didn't have that level 11 for the most of that trade. And, of course, biggest thing, didn't have his ultimate. Burns through every summoner. There's Doomby and Shun, so all 4 of them used at this point. Shun will be able to walk up and get himself a wave into turret. Can he get himself a single plate? No, decides against it, uses the empowered recall after the kill.
Brings him back to within 400 gold, which I wasn't expecting. Doomby going to be a little aggrieved that one went as poorly as it did. Great moment from Shun.
Very surprised it worked out that way. But Doomby throwing a bit of that lead now. Had wave control, had a level lead, had an HP lead heading into that too. But, well, Gwen is known as a 1v1 champion for reasons like this. Now full Riftmaker to Shun. Of course, has to contend with the fact that the Oblivion Orb on the other side will cut a lot of the healing from that Riftmaker, but it's still one of the best items for Gwen all the same.
Doomby shoves the wave hard, looks to get a last reset in.
Did he miss another cannon? Is that the 4th cannon he's missed?
Oh my day.
Shun! This is why we don't let jugglers play lane!
All the while, a look in the inventory of Doomby, sold off some pots, picks up an elixir of sorcery. He is ready to rumble. And I mean that in pretty much every sense of the word. Check the timings on the ultimates will be slightly earlier on Shun, so there's a window where Shun can force really hard on his ult timer.
So Shun, ahead in XP now. Circle of Fire's coming in. Maybe Shun wants to keep Doomby at this point. Gets hit by that. He needs to be careful to not get hit by too many of them. That poke does last. Circle's coming in.
He gets tagged a little bit there. Throws out the hallowed mist. Not the best timing on that. We'll have ult available. Needs to go before Doomby gets the equalizer. Looking to go on forward. Needle's now there. Not great from Doomby in terms of the angles. Trying to buy time for his own ultimate. Still got a barrier to work with. I think Shun might have this. The equalizer comes on down too late. Doomby fumbles it all away.
The wave, the use of the wave as Rumble cries out in the background was really good. You can't land Eves if there's a minion between you and your target. Using the fact that the minion wave was alive to make sure he could block some of those skill shots coming through, and Doomby, after such a good early lead, throws away the 1v1.
Nice work there from Shun, who the laning might not have been fantastic, but the actual all-ins were pretty good from that man. Look at that grin.
I saw the number of teams that will be participating in Worlds this year is lower than last year's number, and teams are getting lower with each year passing by. Worlds is quite a large tournament. Well, it's a very large tournament for League of Legends, right? And the thing is that basically they removed minor regions. There is no tier 2 string of regions which qualify through to the World Championship, like CBLOL, LJL, PCS, and the like. So those teams are gone. Instead, like, they've mainly been rolled into major regions. So LJL has been rolled into the PCS and the VCS. Same with OS as well. CBLOL and LATAM have been rolled into the Americas, which technically one major region, now 2. So yeah, I mean, I understand trying to make it more slimlined. I think it is it steps off the golden path, where basically, regardless of where you are in the world, there is a path to become a world-class team and qualify to world championships. That's not really the case now, particularly with swathes of the world, which are kind of like now going to be behind other bits which they're now in a major region with. Like, it's very hard for an LJL team to build up local Japanese talent and then comply into the PCS and then go to the... Ow!
Sorry.
Like, you've hit me that like twice during the stream, by the way.
I know, I'm trying to move over. That's
well,
why
you could just let me... You could just ask me, do you want to walk...
I didn't want to do
move
that.
over?
Anyway, I'm sorry. Unintentional.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Two space.
Happily in my spot. I'm further across already. Before we got here, and here comes draft for our first one here. JDG over on the blue side, obviously having just won the 1v1. Now, already got some of our bands out, understandably. The Galio and Rise, I don't know how you pronounce that name, away from Doomby. Alongside that, Nico, which seems like it's pretty much permanently banned. On the other side, Kalista, Pantheon, and Vi off the table. And then, though, a potential Neferi first pick. Talia also up, Pantheon down. Does it feel like Pantheon is the better part of the Talia Pantheon duo? I don't know, I'm not sure I agree with that. Scout on that Talia, normally very, very potent.
No Talia Pantheon, so at least you don't have to worry about breaking that duo apart. IP, I mean, most of the global's gone from Doomby. It doesn't often get access to them in draft phase.
So, Shinzao being considered here. Of course, Aki, been one of those players that we've had a lot of criticism is the correct term. We certainly had our eyes on him, not been as consistent as some of our other junglers. Been a pain point for NIP. Of course, Shanji, his former OMG compatriot, has been replaced by solo kills so far. The hover of the vein is a solo kill special. Some fun hovers so far. They decide to go towards that Shinzao, not the Neferi worth noting. They decide to lock in as the hovers will continue until morale improves. Varus, though, is of course up and available, gets through ban phase, and that means it's a very swift lock-in for Lee.
Surprised to see Rumble not focused in the first picks, but I guess all of these are quite tier listy. Shun will want some kind of engaging pick. Then I think if you go towards the Rumble after that, you have the Rumble and Talia, which can both play quite well around the heavy engage.
Are they going to go alongside some fun hovers again? I feel like the Neferi has to be your bread and butter here. It's a good pairing with the Talia. You can both go quite a long way into the backline.
I don't think
quite a lot of it in the last few months.
I don't think it had to be that. I think you could have gone towards You could have gone towards a heavier engaged jungler like the Sejuani with the Rumble as well at that point, because I think the Rumble's very valuable. Maybe you just think they're all individual pieces. I don't think Rumble and Neferi is a great duo as of in themselves, because they don't provide CC for each other, but they're still good damage.
And your skirmishing right now is very strong in the sense you can all press R and get involved from quite a long way away, really. On the other side, they'll lock in the silo. Front line is certainly there for NIP, looking for what looks to be largely a front to back with a bit of pick.
Kill has been focusing on the heavy frontliners a lot. He's typically been that tank top lane player. Just need a little bit more DPS for DMB, and then I think you're set up for the good front to back.
Yeah, I can see it. Of course, DMB has been going back towards more of the meta champions again as of late. Victor and Akali in particular feel pretty good right now. I don't want to play either of them here into this match per se. The Victor, I think, would make some sense with the Sion and stuff like that. Might well be a consideration here. Ban away on the Annie, which has been raising in priority over the last few weeks. A lot of people find some success on that one. Kind of come back out of nowhere just a little bit. Had some rework to how her... I don't know, not quite fair, but had some reworks in terms of her damage scaling. Took a little bit of power out of her ultimate and put them elsewhere in the kit. It feels like you're less reliant on flash tibbers to have value in a game.
Quite a squishy come from JDG right now. DMB might be happy to play Swing a bit burstier instead of DPS. Banning away long-range follow-up champions for pays, so it doesn't have... I mean, I guess you go towards the Ashe in terms of CC to allow the Rumble to come through. I think you could go towards an Ashe Ral, Ashe Braum. I think either of them are fine right now.
Will be the thought you have to imagine. Silas banned away, of course, DMB does like that. Pretty good ults there already to potentially nab away. Victor, gotta be a consideration here considering it's DMB. Galio's down, the Rise is down. You need some AP from somewhere, probably something with a bit of consistent burst. You could, I suppose, go towards the Akali, but again, into things like that, Talir can be a little tricky, but it has been a DMB special. He's played it pretty well into the Akali as of late. Took, I want to say, care apart by about 40 CS in the early lanes. That they'll go towards the Alistar for now and leave that counter pick, the Red 5, standing by. Currently, for the Luke Skywalker of Ninjas in Pyjamas in DMB.
I think that Akali is quite likely to come through. There are 3 assassination targets plus an 80 carry to be locked in. So DMB likely to lock that one itself. They take the Alistar for NIP themselves, so they can preempt a Rel pick for missing.
He does love that pick, to be fair.
He does, and also it just allows you the pick of the better side of the matchup between the Alistar and the Rel.
The Misfortune, you've got yourself a lot of wombo combo ults now. You can do a little more setup. It's quite reliant on picking your moment right now rather than having lots of CC land. It's not like the setup is damage mostly. Nautilus would help start things off. It is only single target, though I grant you, if you do get hit by the hook, there's going to be a lot of people pressing R on top of you.
Good tool for picking out the Shinzo as well. Kind of pull them out of position. Now, DMB, do you go towards the Akali? Do you go towards the Victor? The Nautilus makes the Akali a little bit harder to do, because someone can point and click onto you. Victor, not awesome versus the Wombo combo. If you're ever caught, you die. And while the Akali means that it's only Varus with good DPS, there's no tank on the other side, so the Akali can just clean up.
And we've seen DMB tend to go towards quite a utility build on the Akali. He likes to go for Zhonya's and Banshee's Veil, play for longer fights with the Rocket Belt, less about the upfront burst and more about using that Twilight Shroud, getting through those passive autos as much as you can and trying to dance around fights as almost a sort of pseudo bruiser, if you know what I mean, with all of the utility and safety. It does tend to be the build on that one. I can see how that could be quite valuable here into some of the champions you need to kind of play around in terms of.
So, JDG find themselves on a 3-win streak. They've been on 3 wins, 3 losses, they've been bouncing about in terms of win streaks. And after beating BLG, they'll feel particularly happy about this one. NIP, they're on a 3-loss streak, despite having some good games spattered in amongst that. They got 2-0'd by IG last time out, and then they lost to AL and BLG. It's been a tough week for them. They played against most of the top 4 teams all in one row. Is this their last series? No, they have one more versus TT after this point. JDG also have one more against Anyone's Legend.
Worth noting as well, of course, at this point, that we are looking at an NIP that for a long time were on an insane loss streak. They had the longest loss streak in the upper group, I think, at one point. It was pretty nuts, and they finally broke it. And now find themselves, once again, slumping a little bit. They switched in solo kill and things look better. They do look better. Good enough to be consistent, I don't know about.
They went on a 6-loss streak.
Wasn't it? I thought it was an 8-loss streak. Maybe it was a 6-loss streak. My memory might have failed me.
Well, it was on a 6-loss streak here.
Got you. In that case, that's probably what it is.
It was TT who ended up having that loss streak of 8.
That would also make some sense. But onto the rift we go. There's a JDG skybox, and let's listen to the crowd for a second or two. I think we had both sides trying to do their gyros at once there. That was a cacophony of people yelling.
Might be a bit different because NIP often play at home, and sometimes it's their home team cheers first, or JDG on blue side. Typically, it's blue side teams cheer first, but yeah. Interesting.
Definitely a cacophony was the term I used, and I stand by it. Doomby got himself an Akali skin with funny hair, as ever. She does have quite a lot of skins with interestingly coloured hair. You can sort of tell which skin she's got by the hair colour. Her most obvious trait, towards the bot lane we go, Pays and Missing. Both taking a little bit of damage from somewhere. And found themselves into lane there, looking to catch Leave or PP got out. Worth noting, Leave gone towards the Hail of Blades here, so may well be going towards the poke variant of that. Early hook there from Missing, and the staggering blows after. Slightly better trade there for JDG.
Question in chat, JDG by winning this basically lock top 4. Yes, I believe they do lock top 4. If they win this series, I believe that the lowest they can finish is 4th, because IG can't overcome their game score. They would be able to match them on 11 wins of series, even if they lost the one after that. But even if they lost all the remaining games after taking a series win here, they would be able to finish top. They would not be able to finish below top 4.
Certainly something to keep our eyes on, make no mistake about it, as into the jungle we go. Not quite in time to fight over blue buff, but Aki now potentially in danger here, having smote. Smited? Smote? I never do actually know what the conjugation of that is. Shun backs away towards his turret. Shun does have the smite though. Importantly, Aki has his comeback off cooldown now, but we're missing. Already got the roam here. Unusual into Avaris. Look to play this one out. PP got around. I don't think he wants to go in on this play.
No, and I think with the Misfortune pushing in, makes it quite harder to get access to that side of the map. Alistair not often good in that early lane, so does have to kind of play the defensive side of bot lane matchup. Shun now continuing to walk across the map, potentially looking to contest on top side as well.
This is a Shun special. I've got priority lanes. Let me go fight you over your own camps. Does that very regularly. Of course, got famous for it on the likes of BLG with the Kindreds and the Nidalee. Trying to do it here on the Neferi. Will be on vision. Look to potentially get over here and look to steal that away. Does a lot of damage. Aki still at level 2. Call of the pack. Aki in danger. Gets hit by the Darkin Daggers. Left to about 20% HP. Lands another set. The red buff and the bleed puts him down about 10% HP, but that will be a rough space for this poor Shinzao. Now towards the red buff. Shun has that one too.
Yeah, Shun really pushing in to make the most of this early matchup. Neferi often is at her strongest when she has the ability to walk in and brawl a little bit. Scout teleporting back into the wave 2 in mid lane. As Shun was sticking around, meant that he would be on a bit stronger moment of power to potentially assist in a 2v2 as well. So JDG early plan going well.
So far so good, and again, we have a lot to criticize about Shun in terms of how well-rounded he is as a player. But the things he is good at, he is very good at. He will continue to invade for as long as he has that priority to Lear, looking to get the shove. Good shuriken flip there. Potentially Scout has to be a bit wary about stepping on forwards. Fight over the Raptors as Aki potentially look to go forward here a little bit. But Shun into the bush. Should be safe enough here. Throws out some dogs back at Aki. The Scuttle Crabs is born, of course. Worth noting, Shun has still got most of a quadrant here to clear up in that blue side, and respawns happening on the red side.
Didn't really get as many smites as he would have liked in terms of like the contest which he had. If he smote away that Raptor camp as well, would have been a very, very big jungle lead. And Aki will still get our bonus access to the bot side camps. It's not going to be double scuttle.
No, it's not. I think, understandably, Neferi resets for the pickaxe, comes back out onto the rip and will want to clear back towards topside to make sure that Aki doesn't get a free invade in as nice little gank topside as Leave turns up, lands the flash Q. Busy looking at the mini-map, and then Leave pops up and lands a good Q and Hail of Arrows.
Oh, it just gets absolutely blasted. Leave rotating away from the bot lane, which they were being pushed in by, has gone for the Hail of Blades and is going towards a poke build later on, stopped off for that cult. Wants to escape that early game a little bit and comes away with a kill too. That's really nice given how lane dominant typically the bot lane matchup is, and against Hayes, who has been on very good form recently, getting ahead of him. Very important on a player versus player matchup.
Problematic for the side of Arla, who burned the flash there as well. Caught out a little bit. That lane he wasn't expecting. I think solo kill sticking in lane kind of giving him a false sense of security. Thought there'll be the reset back towards bot side from the Varus, and it did not happen.
They didn't have the information to make that call. They knew they were out of lane. You didn't know where they were going. If you're losing lane on one side of the map, you can just switch away from it, and that's exactly what NIP have done. You don't do it for grubs anymore, as much anyway. You still can do to an extent. You do it to circumvent difficult lanes. As you can see, Sion now going towards bot side. Arla's still on this top side of the map, so it is going to be 2v2, but the Rumble's part of the 2 for JDG.
Arla building up that heat, and he's close to level 6. You have to imagine. Look at that experience bar. Get it off 1 or 2 more minions. I wonder whether he'd stick in that bush and try and catch out Leave and PP God, but doesn't. Just back out, clear out some of these minions. Understandable. Once that cannon in particular has the Electro half and succeeds. Now look to potentially equalize someone here, but is not willing to do some quick maths on screen.
Should be fine because he's not at threat of being dove or anything like that. You can just farm out with those E's. Also doesn't want to get frozen out on the next wave, I'd imagine. So the wave where it is right now, probably best part to where it could be. Indeed, getting cooked, or rather stunned in that mid lane. And the wave gets pushed in the top side.
Grubs, not quite spawned. Got a minute or so on those. Worth noting the dragon is up. Does look like NIP are perusing their potential worm-taking options. Lizard slaying on the target here for Aki. Is he on the Dragon Slayer Shinzao skin? That would be quite appropriate.
Didn't see, actually. Gonna be a wyvern, not a worm as well. Do worms have wings? A lot of the time they don't. They definitely don't have limbs.
Would you still love me if I was a worm?
What buffs do you give?
Yeah, it's undying love and affection.
That doesn't seem like a very draconic thing.
It's not, it's a worm.
It's like
what now? We just had that conversation.
It's like if the Care Bear factory had build your own dragon instead. Well, they did do that for Charizard, I guess. Or like they did it for Charmander.
Did they do it for How to Train Your Dragon? I could see them doing that one too.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Sam, is that people forget that it was a book before a movie, and the book is better than the movie. So, and now what they're doing is they're making a live-action movie, which is just a reshoot of the animated one.
Yeah.
So not only is it like a watered-down version of the book, it's now a watered-down version of the animated movie, which is a watered-down version of the book.
I will say I like the animated movie.
It's not bad. It's not bad. However, the books were really good as kid stories. If you like good kid stories, like
it's an excellent kid story.
In terms of good life morals and accepting differences between people.
The fun fact is Toothless isn't the Uber dragon.
Yeah, no, Toothless is not some badass, crazy black lightning bolt from the sky. It's just a common Eldradan dragon.
Yeah.
The
card's cool.
Very, very cool. It's also the only dragon that can speak human, speak Norse. Yeah, cool in a different way. The main character doesn't know how to sword fight until he realizes he's left-handed.
Yeah.
And then he's actually the best sword fighter in all of Viking territories.
That's actually a solid hook, but then PP God goes and says, no! Headbutts Misfortune, which I feel is quite egregious, really. But then in comes the Hound's Pursuit. How dare you headbutt my AD carry? Leave will put a barrier up. Oh, not quite a range!
The dog!
No! Dog, no! Oh, JDG!
So close, missing very nearly dies on the other side of it too. It was a good rotation through mid lane for Shun, but he does end up blowing his flash and his ult to not get anything. NIP get away with a little bit there at the end, but they are firing back well.
Man, I feel like JDG are going to be very aggrieved they didn't get that kill there. If FaZe just kept walking a little bit with the strike, he has that with the ult.
Had the flash too, could have flashed forward to get even more damage down, but I mean, you can see how tight the damage calculations are. And if you were to lose something like MS Flash, it would be really big.
Yeah.
Really big. So you don't expend those tools lightly. Both AD carries.
Well, because light's in the last game out.
Yeah.
In this one.
Yeah.
So you can't, it wouldn't be light.
No, you got me there. That's it. I mean, what can you say to that? Your logic is flawless.
Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. And then people stop talking to me for a while. I don't really know why. I feel like I've been very, very upfront with my impeccable logic.
I could just not reply to you there and just...
Yeah, that exactly. You could have. Yeah, I grant you that could have been...
Well, I can't actually leave you hanging either because he was also in the last series. So we're running out of options. Can leave well alone, though. That one we've got access to. Fight over the topside. Scuttle. Scout actually walled off the top there, trying to look for a topside fight. Smite fight, potentially.
Oh, missing in all caps there to potentially press Q on someone. But there is no A to go with that, which is not going to happen.
Neither jungler had smite. That's why that was interesting. They were trying to wait for that to come back up. Aki will get that one. Reminder that Shim was very far ahead in the farm department. No walls changed the terrain this time. Going towards the Gromp as well.
Let's play for the Gromp. Aki a little bit there.
Bad smite by Aki.
Through, and that's a wonderful dredge line. Aki now forced to ult, ignited as well. PP guard goes forwards and is now left in a tricky position, but just at level 6. That's great timing. The will becomes unbreakable. 2B into the backside. Can just blow up missing here. Finds his moment. We'll have an R2 go further forward. Scout now in danger. Flash over the seismic shove into the shuriken flip. Will not go back on forward. The bullet time forces a flash out of PP god, and the teleport come flying on through. The Hound's pursuit onto leave. Remember, doesn't have the ult working. Oh, looking for the equalizer. Splits off the carries. 2B and leave now in danger. The eviscerate forward. Shuriken flip lands. 2B potentially finding an angle, but there's the Hound's pursuit, and 2B is too little, too far, and too deep.
And why did Solo Kill not teleport at the end there? Wants to get this alone time on tower. Very surprised they give up 2 kills, which I think was in a very avoidable position. Solo Kill chose to stay bot lane. He also had that global, chose not to use it. Sion in these early fights can be an absolute game changer. Mistake there, I think, strategically speaking, from NIP, who don't get that much out of the individual lane and bot side with Solo Kill with the alone time there. And they end up giving up 2 kills for it.
Looked like a really good fight for NIP, and then the extraction just didn't work out. Arla got to TP in, and that equalizer, it's the parting of the red fire sea.
So we go back to the replay here. This is actually after Aki miss-smites the Gromp too. Gets caught out by a hook. Afterwards still had that flash. I think if you just immediately flash that, you probably feel a lot better. You still have early Alistair. That makes things a lot more playable. You see how NIP, they're just trying to buy themselves a little more time to get out of that choke point and not fight in the worst possible terrain. Doomby plays really well here. But this is the most important thing afterwards, right? You've now committed to the fight. Very, very heavily so. You see a teleport coming in. Of course, you know that because San's not, doesn't see him on the wave, right? And the San chooses not to come through the teleport either. I really feel like there was an opportunity here to teleport onto that ward, be a bit more of a frontline, play around the Varus flash, and they choose not to. Well, what do you gain from not teleporting? Well, a little bit of alone time, 1 play on bot side. That's just not valuable here.
The other side of it, you've now given 2 kills over to this Neferi, who's already been a bit of a menace, and Aki down 15 odd CS, 2 kills, that's going to hurt. Yes, the Akali is strong, and that is great news. You've got to the Ghostblade on leave. You'll be in a good point for this fight, but it's not as clean as it could have been. You've actually got the gold lead over JDG, who are also here in this river, looking to contest. PP got on a ward, worth noting.
Scout has his ult back up again too. Solo Kill teleported back to a lane at some point, so he can't join the fight. Solo farm. So no, Doomby comes back in, has that ultimate, has 2 kills. Doomby is very strong.
Missing looking to body block here. Dragon secure, steps on forwards with the Shuriken flip. And Missing got very little to do about that one. There's the R2 to secure the kill. A third one in the inventory of Doomby on the pick. I think he's looked most mechanically proficient on it, if I don't say anything else.
Yeah, it's the most murderous astromech droid since Chopper. R2. Yeah,
boo that man.
Look, I thought...
What rank did you hit, by the way? What was your peak rank?
Rank 1 in Arena.
I was going to say D2, and it would have fit very well.
That's great.
Because then you would have had the R2, D2 comment.
Yeah, I'm actually R2 rank 1.
R2 rank 1. The Arena mech.
As soon as someone instant solo queue, you turn into like a protocol droid. How many languages do you speak to flame your teammates? Oh, over 3 million.
And then when you're losing, it's just... in chat when you mess up the solo kill.
Oh god, that's gonna be hard to translate through instant. But we can find a way to make it work. Herald is now spawning. Hang on a second. PP God is actually behind enemy lines with ultimate. Does he want to stick around? Got some very good vision there. Guess he wants to recall for something else. Get himself the ward refresh. There was an opportunity for a play there from PP God, who had his ultimate available. He could have potentially waited a minute, tried to see if they could get a rotation up from leave to catch someone out of position.
What does PP stand for, Alex?
Power points, Pokemon points.
Ah, of course, yeah. So he's just a god of using PP correctly.
Yeah, you know.
I see.
Problem is, if you, I don't know. I just watched so many Wolfie videos recently.
Yeah.
I actually just started on his 4.5-hour Perish Trap video because he won Toronto regionals with it.
He did, yeah.
Only player to ever win 10 regionals. Only player to ever win an event with Perish Trap, and he has a 100% win rate with Perish Trap at tournaments.
That's very silly.
He's only played it 3 times, the Perish Trap thing, but the fact that he's made it work 3 times is ridiculous.
Should it work?
It does if you're Wolfie. There was a really funny clip which went around with, like, there's an Italian player who's arguably best in the world who runs into him at, like, one of the big tournaments, and he goes, "Ah, Wolfie. Oh no, Wolfie can perish."
Wolfie can perish. We need to say that when Shun goes in, if Neferi dies.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like, he's such an aura farmer. PP God might need to pop his ultimates.
Neferi can perish.
The timer ticks down. Aki wants to sing that song.
Could look to maybe do that one. Knock up onto the Shinzao. The bullet time splits the red team. Leaves Aki well off to the side. Shinzao nearly did Shinzao things alongside Lee, but the blight stack's not quite enough. And what do you know? There's honey fruit waiting. They've already planted those berries before it's Gen 3, folks.
Very surprised NIP would choose to take that fight. PP God could have popped his ult and walked away. They choose to buy into that fight. And this is one of the issues with NIP. They see the slim angle, but they don't always have the execution to play through it. Conqueror now on Ala doing a lot of work with a one-item hit, level 11 to level 11. There are reasons why Rumble is banned all the time. This champion is really busted in pretty much every matchup.
So he's lost 2/3 health bar there, which kind of sucks for a Sion. Even with the Merc Dreads and the Hollow Radiance, by the way. He's not exactly shy on magic with this split point for game 2MB. About to teleport on. Nice attempt at an escape, but there's a seismic shove. R2. Still a depth charge. It's not going to be that
He has flash.
there.
I think he's out.
I think he's out. Nice escape, Doumbé.
That's really slick. With just the ultimate 2, not needing to use the flash, I think last split, Doumbé, when he blocked in the Akali, I'm like, okay, buddy, that, like, we know you're out of champions now. He wasn't that great last split. This split, his Akali has been much more notable. Solo killing Knight, carrying games on this champion. It's not necessarily been, you know, what I would call his most famous champion across his career, but he's had some good results on it in this split compared to last.
And it feels like his side lane's been really good. His laning early on has been very good, staying in touching distance of goal. CS out farming Talia's in certain matchups. That's good news. And he's picking his angles so well, especially into comp for normally. Like, you'd expect a Talia to be kind of tricky for the Akali, but he manages it very well in terms of calling out cooldowns that might otherwise mess you up.
Doumbé is the one with the trick room. Changes the speed of old Pokemon on the field, Sam. You know you can actually get fast enough to outpace trick room? As in, like, if you... yeah.
This is like Gandhi, where you get him so happy he becomes murderously rageful.
It's not by going into a negative integer or something like that. It is, however, basically you go beyond the envelope that it checks for. It has to be like into the thousands of speed points, but you can actually...
It's not fast enough.
Regieleki with enough boost can actually get fast enough to just ignore trick room, which is very funny. It's never going to be viable, but it's very funny. Okay, Dragon is up in 20 seconds. That one's more important. So pack a fairy type and see if you can get some super effective damage on this one. NIP do have good poke coming through from the Varus. You don't necessarily want that to be onto the Misfortune, but if you hit onto people like Shun and missing that, it does have value.
Wait, do you hear that bassline?
No.
Doom, 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 doom. Oh, it's an ice type baby. Going into the dragon fight.
That's wonderful, Sam. As Herald uses Brick Break on that tower, and the tower goes down. Some more poke to come through. JDG are getting good positioning off on this, though, and actually PP God getting hit by the Darkened Daggers on the other side. Making a bit more damage than he'd like.
As we shove away, definitely not put on ice quite there. We have to pull that trigger a little bit fast. Weaver's more going to split people off. Missing flash and fall with the depth charge. Leave caught on the other side. Lands a chains of corruption. That leaves the Nautilus in a tricky position. Now hit up in the face. Lands another dredge line. But they just can't follow up on the lead. Finally, the equalizer comes down. The bullet time is solid, but Shun's in danger. Gets the Eclipse Shield. And the bleed gets the Alistair. Leave now in danger. Barrier. Flash down. Doumbé on a flank angle. Looking to make sure that JDG don't overchase. Arla keeps the Akali accountable, though, and it ends up being a 1-for-1, both supports falling. And importantly, Leave burns everything.
But Leave somehow survives. That's a huge moment for the AD carry, I suppose, in the micro, but in terms of the, you know, the strategic value of that fight, JDG get themselves mid-turret, they get themselves the dragon as well, and those summoners on Leave are very, very important. So we'll see whether JDG can force after that. Solo Kill doesn't have ultimate to force a play. I'm surprised that Doumbé couldn't find a way into a fight that lasted that long. He'll be fine. He's Flash and Cleanse. The best you blow is one of those summoners. In fact, you just walk back at them. Yeah, he can be there, actually.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I was like, can you be there? I was like, yes, in fact, they can. Okay.
Pays loads up the Bloodthirster. I'll be wherever I goddamn choose to be.
Mundo Fortune goes where pleases.
So, Scout gets a great shove over the wall onto Leave here. That is great playing through the Fog of War. And gets a very important cooldown away from him. We now get a play on the bot side in the picture-in-picture. We're just praising him. He's going to go down into that bot lane turret. 1 for none there. But back into the replay. Biggest thing which happens here is the fact that Doumbé can't get himself in to kind of reset the fight afterwards. It's a decent wombo coming on to leave. I am very surprised that he ends up living through. I think the bullet time was just short. Must have been a pixel short, otherwise Lee would have died.
Absolutely all the flash is being blown there by the side of N. I think it was enough to keep them alive. All the while in that picture-in-picture, we saw Scout stayed bot side and got punished for it. It's another kill onto Doumbé, who's stacking up that Dark Seal. Picks up the full Zhonya's now as well. Utility truly online for Doumbé. We know how he likes to build this champion. It is with a lot of those defensive tools, especially when he's into comps that might otherwise mess you up. Things like the Equalizer, the follow-up from the Neferi, Talia Minefield. We just go down the line. It feels like there's lots of ways to make the Akali's life quite tricky. There's that replay again in the picture-in-picture. It's a good dive. Not really much else to say about that one.
Okay, NIP. Varus is vulnerable until summoners come back up. You do have a very fed Akali, which can survive on the weak side of the map quite well, and as you were calling out before, typically likes to go towards that kind of delaying annoyance build with stuff like the Zhonya's. He can, he spotted that. Gets caught out by that shove. Doumbé, hang on a second, he gets hit the E hit. Anyway, blind hit.
Oh, can look for all the kills. Oh my days, Doumbé gets them all. Zhonya's not even required. Arlen now coming on up, has the flash. Doumbé, flash, shuriken flip, trying to keep running away. Has the Zhonya's to work with. Won't be enough smooth speed, courtesy of home guards and scrap shield to keep on top of the Akali.
Doumbé blows the flash at the end of it. Maybe a little too much there, but he walks away with a 5th kill. There is a slight issue with this. Loses a lot of Dark Steel stacks, and some of that snowball does get removed. Bit of an issue there by Doumbé. Ala using the teleport, though. Leaves the rumble on the bot side of the map. No answer towards the Atakan. He'll be trading an outer turret for the objective.
Flash on both solo laners and the teleport. Doumbé can join with the teleport to match Scout here as well. I think this is Atakan. I think Doumbé's done his work in a 1v2 effectively. JDG now coming up. They want to fight this.
Yeah, Scout has teleport. He can back in. PP God does have the ultimate. Blows it too late, though. Half his HP's already gone. That will be a delaying rear guard death.
The TP in, that Scout turning up, whereas Doumbé hasn't blown the teleport. Happy to try and play this one out a little slower. Change to corruption, lands onto missing as Shun sidestepped it. Doesn't follow up that much for damage though. Caught onto this tier 1 top side though. JDG look like they want to continue this play. Gonna throw the Hound's Pursuit out onto Leave, who split up from the team into the depth charge, and Shun gets a 5th.
Why has no one stood by Leave there? You need someone to peel for your AD carry. NIP losing the plot, but Doumbé is coming back in, has the ult.
Back up and available, the Equalizer, the bullet time, the Weaver's Wall, but Doumbé fights away to the backside, immediately blows up missing, trying to get some more, bouncing absolutely everywhere. It's buying a lot of time now, solo kill, gets shoved back, it's in the zombie form, Shun, still so scary, Doumbé made it look flashy, but can't get more.
He has a million dashes, but only a limited amount of HP. JDG walk away with a 5 for 2 if you include Doumbé. PP God dying at the start of the play. And JDG see the Atakan go down, but largely went out strategically. NIP, some fancy mechanics coming out of Doumbé, but it's not enough to beat the substance of JDG being in the right place on the map. They had the lower death time onto the Talia, and sadly, you know, Lee doesn't have the peel there for him. He should have either left the turret alone, or someone had to be back with him, whether that was Aki or Solo Kill. Both of your frontliners alive on the map at that point were at the turret. One of them had to be there by the Varus if you want to start fighting this. I think Aki and Solo Kill, they misjudged their positioning in regards to their carries. Double shove comes in from Scout, and that effectively ends the fight. Yes, it's flashy from Doumbé, but he doesn't have the damage to like one-shot a whole team.
He gets 2, which is better than I thought it might have been in what was effectively a 5v3, maybe even a 5v2 at that point.
No, and it is better than you expect from him. But this is the problem with playing the Akali in this kind of competition to an extent, right? If the Varus goes down, you have no consistent damage.
Yeah.
You have enough to carry maybe 2 kills in the fight. You can't kill the whole goddamn team.
Especially with Aki being
Solo
kill behind there. Now there's an interesting angle. Gets the charge onto Arla. Into the Q. Gets onto the backline. Scout now in danger. The Twilight Strike comes on down, playing it out slower. The other side, though, should have missing onto Aki, who's trying to flash away. Going to turn down the damage. They've blown up the Akali. Akali takes Arla with them. But all the while, the fight is split up, and that's JDG's playground right now. This Neferi is doing Akali's work and more, unfortunately.
Shun is just shredding through the first target, which he finds. This Neferi has been absolutely crucial to JDG's success in this game. 8-0-3. 3 items on the Neferi, 4,000 gold ahead in the jungle, while we talk about the flashy mechanical player coming out of Doumbé, who also has 8 kills.
He's trying.
There is also an 8-kill Neferi on the other side.
And it's not just the Neferi, is it? Look, the Rumble is scary. The Misfortunes at 2 items. You've got other damage sources which are proving problematic. On the other side, your Shinzao and your carries. Your Varus are anemic. They aren't additional carries. It's the Akali or Boston. Yes, the Akali is causing a lot of problems. It's just not enough to take out every threat.
And this is my issue with how NIP are playing this game. They are playing as though Durnby can carry the fight 100%, and he's playing well, and he's getting kills. That's not realistically how you win the game. The way you win the game is by having the Varus carry. Once again, you're taking a fight without your Varus in position.
Yeah, and it just feels like, once again, as you noted under that top tier 2, the Varus split off from a team not defended. They were looking very aggressive for the proactive play, and that's leaving people out to dry when you've got a Neferi that can kind of 1vx at this point.
JDG, 7,000 gold lead, 2 dragons. They didn't get any of the grubs, but it doesn't feel like it's really that important at this point. And you just have to ask yourself, when is the next time Shun is going to find an angle? He's a player who I think has been very core to the success of JDG, also core to when they're failing too. And we have said that JDG, they've been on, I think they initially came in with a 3-win streak, went to a 3-loss streak, managed to stabilize again, went on another 3-loss streak. Shun has been key to, I think, all of those positives. Largely, they have been more positives than negatives. They are 10-6. JDG, for a team that didn't get to internationals at all last year, despite having the super team of, the Knight 369 super team of 2023 with Kanavi involved too, have needed that extra success again as an engage comes through from solo kill, but doesn't feel like it does much.
Missing body blocks for his AD carry, throws out a depth charge onto Leave. Durnby looking for an angle, potentially onto Shun, who just hops over the wall. In comes the Weaver's wall. Now PP got split off. You can break my body, but you can never break my spirit. And he presses on.
Durnby, Proto Belt's into the wall there, by the way.
Oh, dear.
The missiles do not go through terrain. I learned this the hard way many years ago. I used to be a Proto Belt Ahri main, by the way. It was a really fun playstyle where you'd cancel out. Yeah, it's a little bit different though, because Ahri actually has like the forward's dash where you cancel out the dash with the Proto Belts. The combos are a little bit more like versatile. You can kind of like change the direction of your dash midway through. Anyway, Baron's gonna get started. JDG forcing NIP back. They don't really have that much ability to approach this easily now, especially with solo kill taking so much damage.
Being started as I now muse on the possibilities of the AP Lee Sim with a rocket belt. That would be for a question for another time. Durnby potentially looking for the angle. Aki is in the head! Does not get the smite. Shun holds the nerve, but that should not have happened. The flip works out for JDG, but you can smell the burgers from here, folk. And we're on the other side of the damn ocean. Solo kill, in danger, equalizer, tags lead, bullet time. Will bring solo kill out as well. Looking to find the Hound's Pursuit after the Eviscerate. PP got in danger. Looking like it's Deicide. In they go with the Hound's Pursuit. It's countered out because, of course, Leave is just dead. Durnby tries to get somebody. And Shuriken flips into an open grave.
JDG bring NIP towards the Baron, and Shun Smite Key, for once, very, very good. Shun, one of the key members to their felling of BLG. Absolutely the key member to the first game here versus NIP. Often the member who JDG live and die by. Shun carrying the team.
30 kills in 28 minutes. You love a bloodbath. And nearly half of them are on Shun's back. That Neferi was absolutely foul.
Well, NIP had some good moments recently, but they very rarely culminated in a good series, sadly, for them. And once again, this was good moments for them, not comboed and weaved together into a win. I have worries about how they played around the Varus, particularly once he started losing summoners. I think that NIP forgot what their win condition is. Their one win condition is not montage plays from Durnby. We saw what happens when he gets those montage plays. They look good, but they don't actually win you fights. And that was a big issue, that they needed to play stronger around that Varus, give him more peel in the important moments, and I don't think they did that.
If you're running a 2-threat comp effectively, I know Xin Zhao can sometimes fill that role as well, but if your Xin Zhao falls behind after invades from Shun make his life difficult, and then after that as well, your Varus is left out to dry, like, how do you play out that game?
I would argue it's a 1-threat comp, right? Because
that, certainly.
If you think, because most of the game is around objective fights, 5v5s at some point in the game. You think about the 5v5, the Akali kills, 1 or 2 people, but you need more damage to actually have DPS. The Varus is your DPS.
Yeah.
Akali has 1 burst, takes out 1 person, has nothing left, really. You don't get to carry fights in the way that you would do in solo queue, and I think that NIP misread their fights a lot. The problem, it's a hard comp to play because your 1 DPS threat, Varus, is very easy to reach. You put the equalizer on top of them, you have the Taliyah walling them off. If they don't have flash, which you can force quite easily, and we saw them force it quite easily there too, just can't play the fight. JDG, second best team in LPL after AL. Top Esports are firmly #1 right now in the table, Bill. So I don't know. They still have to prove that. As much as many people hate watch Top Esports also, you know, they 2-0 JDG.
Yeah.
So until they can beat Top Esports, gotta hold your tongue on that.
And I
no. You can XDD all you want. You can do, and that's fine. You may want JDG to be the second best team after AL and forget about Top Esports. You may want that. However, until Top Esports actually drop the ball regionally, we can't say that. Now, I'm someone that doesn't trust Top Esports, nor should you internationally.
Don't fall for it again.
But regionally, you know, JDG, BLG, they're not beating Top Esports right now.
And don't get me wrong, part of the frustrating point is we look at Top Esports and go, yeah, like for all your 15-2, I remember games where you did not deserve to win this series, where you messed some mistakes, and they're clutch enough players, mechanically talented enough players to muddle through regardless. And I think it has stabilized as the split's gone on, but there were definitely periods where I went, yeah, you won this Top Esports, but I didn't enjoy you winning this. And that's been a thing, whereas actually you look at people and everyone's like, oh, actually, they've been playing really well, and then they have that series where they just poop the bed. There's poop everywhere. They have to call mom and go, there's poop in my bed. So they go, well, what do I do with this?
What the hell? Jeez.
You have a train spotting experience.
You know, I've never seen that film.
No.
I need to. Never seen it. Never seen it. All right, get into our highlights. Jesus Christ, that's damage differential.
Jason Bourne.
Jesus Christ, it's yeah. That's not okay. That is not okay damage graph actually. I think Top Esports international choke is closely related to Cream and Hom, but Hom's been great internationally. The JDG super team was with Hom. And they reached semi-finals in 21, was it, on Top Esports? I think it was 21, or was it? Yeah.
I guess the question is, like, what other results does Hom have in stock? Because those are the big accolade ones. Has he had other results where he's gone, that was really not good, that was under his leadership?
I mean, there was the 22 group stage one.
I
can't actually know, was that still him?
It was, but I don't want to swear by it is the thing.
As an RE pro, as the RE pro, I mean, I'm not a pro, but I mean, I guess I'd put two. Yeah. I know enough about the champ to speak about it with authority, yeah. What do you think of stacking move speed? Lichbane, Speedy Boots, Shurelias. If you're going to go to... I can't believe you talk about move speed and forget about the best RE move speed item, which is Medjai's. If you get Lichbane and Medjai's, you have permanent 17% move speed without having to build a crap item like Shurelias. For RE.
What about Cosmic Drive, Alex?
Also similar issues, you dropped it. Now, there was a point where it was okay where the stacks of Cosmic Drive didn't give you move speed, it gave you AP instead, and damage. That was actually fine, because what you could do is you could go Leandri's back when it was a mythic item, and then you can go towards Cosmic Drive, and it would be very, very good. Around MSI 23, that was a very good build. And in fact, Xiaohu played that build quite a lot too, actually. But yeah, if you're going to go move speed, I actually can't believe that people are so against Medjai's building that you talk about move speed items, you forget about the best move speed item in the game, Medjai's.
Interesting to hear this from some of the the Chinese community in 23 thought that Hom can't adapt to new meta things like the LCK coaches.
I think only when you compare that to T1 and like Carrier.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it depends like if you're saying that, then no one can compare to T1 and like Carrier's random bot lane picks. I mean, would you say the same about Gen G? In the way that they failed the Worlds last year?
Yeah.
I think that if you look at something like First Stand, I think that's more of a personal failing of JackeyLove and Chris, where they just didn't know how to play bot lane as with the minimaps on, for instance.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do there as a coach, and then guys, you have actually just got to look at your map on occasion.
MSI will probably have the lowest viewership for an international ever. No T1, Top Esports is playing. I mean, Top Esports on an unpopular team. They have JackeyLove, right? JackeyLove is still a very popular player. Also, this is, I mean, I talked about this a little bit last year, right? This is what I was kind of warning about. It's like, the community must be open. And I actually think on the professional side of it, I think that, you know, the content that gets put out and the way that casters talk about the game, I think they've been trying to rectify this for a while. But you must, as a community, learn to accept new players into your hearts and minds rather than the T1 players which you've seen internationally be successful over the last couple of years. You must be able to enjoy other teams, because if you only support T1 and you don't move on to, you know, other teams when it comes to it, like viewership will just plummet whenever they don't go to an international event, and that is inherently an unhealthy scene.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to say don't enjoy.
No, but you must. But like, don't only like to as a community. Like, be open to other teams, be open to other players, because there are great stories out there. I promise you. Like, I am a T1 fan, but I enjoy this game and this scene so much more. When I accept that there are other teams worthy of praise and adoration.
Well, like the reason T1 has had such a great story is because they've had exceptionally worthy rivals. I still think my favorite series of all time is 2016. Rocks versus SKT.
That was actually, by the way, the reason that series was so good, and 2015 before that as well, for like a lot of that era. The reason that was good in a lot of ways is that actually you had Rocks Tigers, who were arguably at the time more popular than SKT.
It was crazy. They were so cool.
The Rocks Tigers were arguably better liked because T1 was seen as the villains because they were always winning everything, and it was actually, wow, maybe it's the Rocks Tigers that can break this era of domination. Now, of course, they didn't, but people wanted that story.
And Rocks were so creative, so fun. This bunch of friends who came and they were wearing bloody rabbit ears on stage.
It was great.
And they had like no sponsors. They were like, whereas SKT had all of these incredible resources behind them. Rocks had nothing.
Yeah, because you can't have a truly great hero without having truly great villains, and that applies to both sides of the story.
Oh, yeah.
Whether you think T1 and Faker are the hero or the villain,
it's both at some point.
It's both. Yeah, no, definitely both. I mean, you know, for instance, you know, when G2 won MSI 2019 and went to Worlds Finals, I think arguably a lot of Europe thought that T1 were the villains. But I think a lot of times after that, I think that T1, like, it's very hard to dislike Faker. He's a very likable guy. He's a great ambassador, and I'm absolutely not saying don't like Faker. I'm just saying that leave some space for some other teams, because eventually there will come a time where you will wish that you paid attention to some other teams.
Yeah.
You know, what happens if T1 don't make an international event this year? Now, I know that's unlikely because they're likely to be at Worlds. Yeah, no, I reckon they will be at Worlds, and we see what happens there. But yeah, there has to be some room for other teams. And it doesn't matter which region they're from or which players they have necessarily for you. Just like make sure your heart's open to them a little bit.
Exactly. And there are some really cool players, some really cool teams, and I promise you they will be worth paying attention to as well. By all means, continue to be a fan of T1. I certainly enjoy watching that team a lot, and they're very entertaining. However,
yeah, because like basically, like there was a quote from there was a clip from a podcast on which went a little bit viral around just before Worlds last year, and then basically it was like, I was like, look, we need to build up people besides Faker. And I know that some people are like, well, you know, Knight and Chovy haven't done well enough at Worlds, XYZ. I mean, I think Knight ended up being the best player at Worlds last year, so I think that
on the whole, yeah.
Now because he lost, people will forget that, but Knight was legitimately the best player across the entire tournament last year, and he was arguably still the best player in finals, just wasn't clutch, wasn't as clutch as Faker in game 4 and 5. But he blasted him in the first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good series. Both mid laners turned up. It was great to watch.
For sure.
Great to watch.
That series only means as much as it does if you also respect BLG and Knight, really. Because that was just Knight versus the world in a lot of ways too. I mean, yeah. But, you know, a clip I had just before that finals was like, well, look, we've become too reliant on Faker, basically. And I think to a degree we have, because, you know, what happens if he doesn't make internationals? What happens if the injury gets worse, if he has to retire at some point? Things which I don't want to see happen, but inevitably, there's likelihood that he won't be at every event, right?
And it's the same thing. Like, look, let's go to a terrestrial analog, right? So let's talk football, right? Messi and Ronaldo were so cool to watch because they were in fact at the same time as rivals. But on top of that, you also had these other players that people were talking about and passionate about and cool about. And yes, there was still this discussion about, well, Messi and Ronaldo have just been against each other for so long and they are the best out there. But then you have people like Modric, Iniesta, Xabi Alonso, you know, you had all these players on top of them who were just fantastic. You had like Zlatan turning up to LA, buying out a newspaper middle page spread saying "You're welcome," just with his face.
You know, by the way, in his last season, he had an ACL injury, and he chose to play through it on painkillers and injections to make sure he could win one last title. Like, that's not going to help him in later life, but Jesus Christ, the aura of that, you know?
Yeah, and then you go like, and you have like those kind of English narratives about these people coming up and we've finally got a team that's worthy of looking at. You have all those and that kind of thing, but it is not just Messi and Ronaldo. For all they are massive storylines, and you want to follow them. People understandably tune into their games they are in because you want to watch the greats, and you get that. But at the same time, it's like, well, what about this Neymar guy who's coming up with this Brazil squad? They look like quite good fun. Or actually, this Spanish squad right now. Actually, they're playing some pretty different football for what it's tiki-taka like. There's some impressive skills going on. You ask the Germans whether they're going to be following their football team. They'll be following their football team. And there's something about that too that is really important, that you look beyond just... You can have more than one star, is basically what I'm saying. And they can have their own storylines and their own characters and stuff, and they are worthy of paying attention to as well. Will they draw as big a numbers as, say, a Messi or Ronaldo match? Probably not, but they'll certainly draw some. Quite a lot, especially if you do the work to show how cool they are too.
Okay, we need to put some adverts on, and then we can do some words on stream.
HLE is so cool right now. Zeus building a legacy set from T1 is exciting to watch, especially given how young he is. That's very true. I will say, I think HLE right now are lucky that their wins are at where they're at, because they've been having some fun in the regular season as of late. They deservedly lost the series against KT. Great series, by the way. Highly recommend that game 3 at the very least. But yeah, there's something to say for the fact that you have got players like that, whereas I think Zeus having some bit of a separate story to T1 right now is pretty juicy. I'm quite enjoying it. I can get why a lot of the T1 fans are a bit sad because he's really good, and but it's like, I want my boy back. But you know, it's a whole thing, isn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna get myself one more coffee, and then we'll see whether it is a full game day.
Do you mind sticking the kettle on for me while you're there, please? Thank you. And let me pull some words on stream up. We can do the words, and they can be on stream. That's the wrong thing. That's not the words. They are not on stream. This is the words, and now they are on stream. Do I need to run some adverts? No, I do not. Wonderful. Let us continue. For anyone who watches Eintracht? Yeah, that's fair. How are we doing? Parole, good shout. Oh, wow. L'Oreal, very good. So I can't spell. Hey, Grumpy, good to see you. Not looking good, guys. Solly, what did you get it right with? L is a lie. Oh no. Oh, guys, it's looking like a disaster here. Oh, I can't spell. Oh, we were bad. We only got 2? Oof. That ain't pretty. Go on, one more. One more. Nice work. Good work, people. Well done. We minimize this as people are back on stage. And we're into draft. For NIP versus Jing Dong Gaming. The Doorbell team. Lucian banned away from Leaf. The Nico as well. Makes some sense. And Rise never going to be given to DoingB again, ever. Kalista away from Pace, who was a bit of a specialist on it. Gwen and the Ahri also off the table. But it's left the Yorick up. What does Arla have to play into it? We've seen... He's probably the only person we've seen successfully wield the Jax into that matchup. It's worth noting. Some fun hovers. Annie was up and available, and Scout is a big player of it. Wait, that wait, 6 minutes behind that T1 ramp was right on there? That's fair. Okay. Don't worry about it. That T1, so they were 6 minutes behind, and that T1 ramp was right on there. Annie fight, lots of single target lockdown, but Yorick with a global. Please discuss while I go make a cup of tea. You might have something to say about that one.
So, you need more globals, which is what they've done. Everyone calling in the air support, basically. The whole idea, when you're playing with something which is so sideline focused like a Yorick, is it becomes a bit of an arms race. Who can overload that side lane? Can you counter it? Yorick doesn't bring as much value elsewhere. He can team fight better than he did before, because of the way that his ghouls work. They're more consistent to bring themselves up and stick around a little easier. JDG could look towards the Vi Kai'Sa. Now suddenly you have Annie, which can unlock the Kai'Sa. You have the Vi as well. Both of them have pretty good ability to shut down and burst out something like the Yorick. The Yorick can actually, at some points, get one shot by the Yorick if he's not actually spamming Qs. He doesn't get that health back, right? So your damage calculation against the Yorick is, can I kill him from this HP? Okay, now can I kill him with an extra that amount of HP because he's hit Q on you 4 times? Can you do that? Often that is not the case. Scouts Annie, been one of the better ones. Galio, okay versus the Annie. Not excellent, actually. Can struggle into it. And IB have some good macro tools all the same. Sam was talking about that with the globals. Akion Pantheon, been more comfortable for him. JDG now banning away some of the longer range, safer AD carries. Now you could ban away Ezreal or Jhin. I believe could still get something like Corki, I guess, which is somewhat safer, but still not great versus the Vi, actually. What I think's more valuable? I actually think Jin's quite powerful here. They miss a ban. Now we will see whether Champ Select goes through. The surprise there on Leaf's face. Surprise on mine too. Concern, I guess. I'm trying to decode my own facial expression. Intrigue. So I would imagine Champ Select will be remade. Missed ban. Oh boy, I really don't know what's going to happen with this Team Liquid thing. Does this actually just... I mean, they were a big company. Losing that Honda sponsorship, that was absolutely ridiculous. Sometimes you are reminded that with the words and actions of pros and our own little echo chambers within esports and how we act within gaming communities, within discords, on social media, that the norms which we have within our gaming circles are not the same that are okay within corporate circles and within the wider community. Now, Honda is a car company. They deal business with regular people all across the world. What happened? There was a Rainbow Six Pro for Team Liquid Honda, which made an incredibly insensitive joke on Twitter, and that post has led to Honda canceling their multi-million-dollar deal with Team Liquid as a name sponsor, because they're technically right now Team Liquid Honda. That will no longer be the case. So sometimes you make an edgy joke and you think that it's fine because everyone does that within my echo chamber, my gaming circle. You are not just tweeting to your own Discord community or to your own Twitter community or your own voice chat or whatever. You're not just broadcasting messages to them. You're broadcasting to a much wider audience. And you have to be aware that you're an ambassador at that point. One of the most difficult parts of, I think, esports pros' careers is realizing that once you reach a certain level, there's a big audience around you. Now, I have to remember that sometimes too, you know? Like, I have a much bigger audience than sometimes I recognize. Sometimes I see articles written about my tweets. No, I've seen, yeah, you know, when I was talking about Bin not being in contention for the best top laner in the world anymore, people latched onto that, and there's, you know, people talk about it, right? When I talk about, yeah, which teams I think are rising and falling, sometimes they catch on. And I'm a pretty small fry when it comes to it. I'm not a player. Players typically tend to be much more noted than broadcast talent, whatever, and I'm not even like a top tier broadcast talent, right? I've never been to an international event. I've been around a short amount of time. But even then, I need to be aware of my social media presence and how it affects people. I'm aware that people in the industry and the wider community see what I say. So yeah, you know, if you're... Yeah. Exactly, Crimson. That is just not accessible. With that in mind as well. Like, I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to increase the broadcast of, the broadcast of that signal, right? But it's just, yeah. Okay, back into the series, back into the draft. Let's get ourselves back into it. JDG missed their last ban. Where I was wondering whether they were going to ban either something like Jhin or Ezreal, because I thought they were the safer AD carries. So it was Annie, Vi, Kais locked in on 3 for JDG, NIP locked in Pantheon, and then the Galio. Doomby very often has that champion removed from him. Exactly, Mecha, exactly that, yeah. I'm often referred to as, like, LPL caster, LEC caster, or something like that. Or, yeah, something along those lines. So, what is this last ban going to be? Okay, it's Lulu instead. Alright, that's very different. Okay, so I thought it'd be one of the safer AD carries, but I guess the way they think is right. If they have a Lulu, doesn't matter what AD carry they have, they'll be safe anyway. So that would have banned away, that would have kept something like the, well, leave on something like Zeri. Both these players are Zeri players. Shen comes in for Arla. It's not a bad matchup into the Yorick, actually. That's okay. And they go towards the Tristana instant lock-in instead with the Renata, so some anti-dive now. Renata... risky, actually. I do think that the Renata can get blown up by a good enough Annie combo. That's not a very survivable support, so PP God's positioning will be called into question. Missing has always been a Rakan Savant. Lost his win streak on that this year within the LPL. He has something like a 25-match win streak on the champion, 24 maybe. Thinking about it alongside the Kaiser, it's not a bad lane. Okay, versus the Renata does lock it in. And that's another engage piece for you. Good with the Vi as well. Okay, well, that's drafts in. JDG have a global of their own. They have hard engage, much harder engage than NIP. They have that Vi ult, the Annie. NIP do have a second threat this time. Solo kill can technically carry a game as a Yorick can clean up fights. If the Tristana goes down, rough. Doomby on the Galio does tend to build a bit more damage. He goes towards some more Leandries and stuff in his kit rather than going towards something like the Hollow Radiance. See what Bloody Ghost was, but he likes having that extra burst damage. Trusts himself to get the most out of that rather than playing the frontline tank. Okay, on to the Rift we go.
Turning of the tide.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put the kettle on before. My bad. Sorry. I never forgot something.
You forgot me?
No, I forgot the kettle, which was for you. It's like the poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. The poison that's meant for Cusco's. Cusco's poison. You mean that poison?
Squig, squig, squiggity,
squig. Squiggity, squig, squig. The Jingdong Emperor's got new clothes.
Are we getting Gyro Wars again?
Can't leave that there, buddy.
Duimbi got his own chance.
By the way, Sam, I have a blind spot when I've got the mic here, Sam.
Yeah, there. I know, it's because I put it down, I put my
Sam,
coffee down briefly
for those of you that didn't realize, Sam had, well, yeah, so obviously you can't see. Sam put a drink down directly in the blind spot, which is between me and the microphone where I can't see it. And why? You literally have free space on the other side of it.
I was just right in front of me, that's what it was.
What? Don't put it between me and the microphone when I can't freaking see it. That's not hard. I don't really want to have to spill coffee all over my kit. I've done that once. Look, I've done that through my own fault enough to not want that to happen again. Okay, onto the map now for our level 1s. JDG will want to make sure this Tristana doesn't have the easiest time of things. The Renata does kind of carry you through lane, though. Obviously a very powerful laning champion. Plays on the Kai'Sa. Had some better days and worse days on this champion. I think one of his most famous plays is when he lost his team the summer finals, arguably, versus HLE on Genji last year. Level 2 potentially going to get hit by DP God and leave early. They get control over the wave, get full lethal tempo stacked up.
Decent chunk down there at the very least. Arla goes forwards there with the Shadow Assault. Is that the name of the key?
Shadow Dash.
No.
Twilight Assault is your
the Q with the
your Q.
Yes, the one I was thinking of.
Yep, Shadow Dash, Spirit, Shadow Dash, Spirit's Refuge, and then you have the Twilight Assault. The ultimate is your Stand United. I don't remember what his it's Key Barrier. It's the passive. Key Barrier is the passive. One of the things which has been buffed over time. Shen has been buffed so much at this point, and does have some decent early levels. One of the issues with Shen is that he needs good wave clear. He struggles to get that in his kit, which is why a lot of his builds do change around a decent amount.
Decent taunt through that. Arla put a fair amount of time into the Shen of late. Mixed success, but I feel like Shen in general has been one of those champions that people have decided is strong and haven't always executed on as well as they would have liked. It is a global, but it's a global going away from the Yorick, which can be an interesting one to manage, of course, because on the other side, there was a number of globals that may well be heading towards the Yorick.
When IP will want him to be ahead. This doesn't help you do that, though. I mean, bloody hell, it's a lot of damage. This is one of the reasons, by the way, why Shen used to run stuff like Ignite. You could really catch her out with a lot of damage, and then use his ultimate as his global, as his teleport later. Great early damage there. Forces solo kill out of lane.
Is it that? Early Cull then picked up for the Yorick. Shun need to come across and potentially fight over this second Skull Crab. Thought he might be able to get there. I think Shibayaki just smiting it away, no? Doesn't do it quite yet. It's actually still on cooldown, interestingly. So obviously use a second smite somewhere in the clear. Shun instead will head towards the other side and go to fight for that other Skull Crab.
Really hard to smite contest versus an empowered Q on the Pantheon too. Just waiting for it. Both of them had their smite just down to the wire there. It's going to be a single Scuttle Crab each. Last game, remember, Shun got very far ahead by invading on the Neferi in the individual jungle matchup. How the other lane's doing? Decently well in bot lane. Again, that Renata quite strong in that laning phase. Shun, he could technically Q over the wall and look for something else, but the Q cooldown early on, even at the rank 2 at level 4, not the highest, not the lowest cooldown rather.
Outside Pays eating some Tristana damage as Lee throwing down that explosive charge on top of him. Of course, Pays probably his best champion of all time. He's got to be up there with like the Kai'Sa's right up there. Things like the Callista, I think, are going to be there, and the Ezreal too. There's a few of those ones there.
I think that has to be Zeri, right? Pays Zeri.
Very true.
Or his Callista. It's one of those two for me. I know. I think his Kai'Sa, he's had some high-profile losses on him. Doesn't mean he's not good at it. But yeah, I think for me, I look at the Zeri, I look at his Callista.
Ezreal's surely got to be up there too. Right?
Ezreal is there. I think that Lucian is too. Actually, I think his Lucian's been exceptional. He's
a good player.
Pays is such a weird player to judge because he came in from such a godlike set of results on Genji, but he had
Some of the best players of all time.
However, this guy was also part of, arguably, the highest peak roster of all time. I think last summer, Power Step, into MSI, into summer, was on such a ridiculous win streak, on such a ridiculous high level of form, which is why a lot of people were, raising those flags early and saying, look, this may well be strongest roster of all time. And I think there is a solid argument for it. Now, sadly, didn't complete that golden road. They lost in summer, but you can see the reverence which other players and other teams held them in around that time. They were so hard to beat. And Pays was part of that, despite him having some flaws to his game which people leveled against him.
One of those on G tracks, I remember there was a point where, middle of summer, Genji hadn't lost since Valentine's Day. It was the last time they dropped a series, and that was several months beforehand. Again, they're on a pretty damn good tear right now in the LCK regardless.
Yeah, 18-0 or something like that.
Something like that. They had an interesting series versus T1 yesterday, where it was at least competitive for a moment or two, but down towards the bot side, speaking of competitive, WBG going to have to shield it around and pray here a little bit, but there's Incinerates and Disintegrates and all these other 8s. And WBG does not get eaten, so he's kind of okay.
He's a mint. He's an after 8.
6.5 minutes, that's not after 8.
Well, maybe it is somewhere in the world, Sam. Time zones.
They thought they could kill him. So was it after 8?
Ooh, nice from Ella. That doesn't dodge out on the maiden damage, though. Gone too far.
I think he's in trouble now. He's just gone. He's got a key barrier and a dream, but Solo Kill just gets to press Q again.
One of the issues of stuff like Jax and Shen versus Yorick, you don't dodge the maiden damage. You can dodge the Q in the last rights, and yes, that's important. The maiden, still really scary. I learned some cool lore about the maiden, by the way. This dragon's going to get taken down here. What I didn't realize is that Yorick's maiden is the remnants of Isolde's negative emotions. Trying to convince Yorick to give up the blessed, the blessed waters, or whatever they are,
Why?
Because it's the thing which protected him from the explosion of the Blessed Elves, basically. And,
why is she trying to do that?
Because she is basically an amalgam of the negative stuff, so she can never, the bad things. See right here, though, the Maiden is still doing damage to Ala, and of course, you don't kill the Yorick. Another Q comes in, does an awful lot, really. Really underestimating him. That's a problem, because now the Yorick is ahead, and that is not where you want him to be.
Potentially looking for a little invade here into Aki. Potentially going to pick up this blue buff. There's a blast cone. Support's coming on in. There's the Shen on top of him. For cease and desist into the Shen angle. But the Galio now turning around. This is going to get a bit spicy. Scout here, though, begins to throw down a lot of CC. Jump on forward with the shield, but wonderful ult, though, to try and buy some time is not enough. And missing, goes forward, won't quite find the value I think he was hoping for. All the while, though, Pays is turned on, gets buster shot away. Ala and Shun caught on the wrong side, but can dash over the wall. And in the end, no one actually dies but Aki.
I have no idea how that hostile takeover led to nothing. That felt like it was the ridiculous god hostile takeover. But JDG still walk away with a single kill and not losing anything for it. They'll also get inside track towards the grubs. I actually wonder whether Yorick comes over and checks this, because Shun is quite low HP. Should be one secure, but I think Solo Kill will be able to stop him getting the rest. And indeed, he well hops over the wall there. It's also someone saying, why is the video quality in 720p? The short answer, it's not. You can watch up to 1440p on Twitch and YouTube. Of course, Twitch doesn't allow you to do 1440 and 1080 at the same piece, so if you have issues with that, go up to YouTube instead, or never you all do the same. And, yeah, so this was all over a blue buff. They spot they're getting leashed with the very last bit of the vision from the Scryer's Bloom. Shun comes over, has that level 6. Naki just uses Empowered Will, Mortal Will. Does he put down his E in time? No. Shen comes onto him. And then at that point, it's like, well, you've been kind of hit on all sides. Can't get back towards that turret. Does secure the buff itself. Doesn't actually secure his life after that point, though. I thought this hostile takeover was going to be brutal. Just look at the angle it had. It actually only ends up hitting you. Only hits one. It looked like it was so massive in the middle of it. Doesn't get the biggest value. Scout, great delaying action there with the Tibbers and make sure that no extra auto could increase the damage of the buster not buster shot, the explosive charge. Very surprised JDG got away with that.
There's a lot of globals burned for that as well. Got a little bit dicey, don't get me wrong. Gold lead, next to even right now. There's 200 gold, if that, to NIP.
That sounds exactly what Necrit said about the Maiden. Yeah, guess where I learned it from. Guess where I learned it from.
I'm going to put this out there. I feel like Isolde shouldn't have been a good person. I feel like they need, I think it works better if she's on board with Viego.
Well, what do you mean by on board with Viego?
As in, obviously, Viego is a megalomaniac. I'll do anything for the love of my life, and also I'm a bit of a tyrannical warlord and man-child.
To an extent, Viego is, I consider him a tragic character. He's a bad person, but he's also a tragic person, because he never wanted that point of authority as well. He never, because he was second in line to the throne, I think, and his brother or uncle died.
I've read the Ruination book. I know you've got it. I need to read it.
No, he definitely slides into the abyss, don't get me wrong, but yeah. What does that do to Gwen's character? Gwen is another piece of his old soul, which was exploded during the detonation of the Blessed Isles, which found its way into the doll that she made. So Gwen is a bit of his old soul. Yeah. Soul kind of went boom. Oh, by the way, Fairy Tail, thank you so much for the sub. We do appreciate that. And yeah, there are some really cool lore bits out there. I think that the Ruined King game, by the way, probably my favorite bits of lore and the way it's delivered out there. It's very, very good.
I think I agree. I was a little bit sad that the Silas Demacia game wasn't good.
It should have. Look, honestly, the gameplay loop wasn't good enough. If you're going to make something which is kind of like that top-down roguelike WASD kind of movement, it needs to be clean. It needs to be slick. It felt a bit janky. I was actually talking to Dracos about this a little bit post one of the LEC meetings. We were saying that there are some really annoying bits where the earliest combo you get is the best one for the game, so you don't have to learn any of the cool combos later, which feels a bit meh. So it gets a little bit derivative, the combat. It's all the same combats and stuff. And then other thing is, later into the game, there are some mechanics which are unlocked, which overlap on the same key, so you need to do some janky stuff. Hang on a second, Lee getting jumped on.
He's getting CC'd to absolute Narnia. There's the bailout. A final denting blow will do the work. A relentless force on top of it all. Somewhere out there, someone yelled Fusro Dar and punched really hard.
There is a chance you can go out. You can buffer out of the Vi Ultimates Tristana if you time it very, very well. Leave obviously couldn't end up doing that.
Global attack
in this
top
case.
side.
Potentially could go towards that top side. Ala does have teleport, does have that ultimate. Might just say, look, we're going to take that kill mid lane, push in mid lane turret, get the dragon as well. We'll call that a worthwhile trade, even if the Yorick gets ahead. I was now going to head back towards the turret, I guess, with some members of NIP showing on the mid wave again. I wonder whether NIP should have forced harder towards top side. You're not contesting bot side, realistically. Dragon will go down. I guess they just wanted to make sure that the mid lane push wasn't as heavy as they wanted it to be.
And the moment PB got into and B showed back on vision, it gave Arla license to head towards the turret again. Again, that turret is only one plate away from gone. And that will likely fall towards the
Pace has all
Pace does have it. Leave's also gone in. He's rocket jumped. What was that decision-making, Leave?
Leave was trying to separate out the AD carry from the rest of the team, but instead finds himself alone, and Pace has done the same thing!
He jumped in, but he's got a Shen on top of him. That's why he feels empowered to do it. Flash in. Pace hit with the hostile takeover. Starts attacking his own mid laner. Missing, looking for a potential angle. There's a blast going to pull Doinb back. They don't quite have enough to work with there. I see the angle. I see the thought process, but it's going to cost you your tier 1 top.
Okay, one of them had a Shen, the other one didn't. Yeah, okay, so that ends up just about saving Pace there. Solo Kill will eventually get this top lane turret, who, of course, doesn't really want to be teleporting down to the fight when there's side lane gold to be gained. As, I'm really sad that one of the big things that we lost with the Aurelion Soul rework was the loss of the Boop voice line. It was great. So, Leave was unspotted in this brush, and I think Leave thinks that he can get that engage just as Missing and Shun were about to go forwards. Sadly, can't quite do so. And the rest of the team just wasn't prepared for it. The hostile takeover wasn't in position. No bailout really going to save his life in that kind of state either. Your AD carries down at that point, and, you know, Lee gets a chance to jump, Pace gets a chance to jump into. Luckily, that doesn't lead to as much for JDG as leaves a mistake in the first part.
Seems to be fair. All the while, of course, you get the flash off Doinb, flash off Aki. Those aren't bad things, to be sure.
Of all of the games which people talk about from Riot Games, why does no one talk about Blitzcrank's Poro Roundup anymore?
Was that a mobile game?
It was a mobile game, which is no longer available. I still have it on my phone because I downloaded it at the time. It's great. I still have it. Yep. Nautilus was really broken.
Why did they remove it?
I don't know. Great question. Blitzcrank's Poro Roundup. Very good.
How many Poros did you round up on?
Oh, many thousands, Sam. Many thousands.
Poro hustler.
Yeah.
It's like cattle. It's like a cattle hustler.
You know that. You know that. You know how you get like a Parliament of Owls or a Murder of Crows or a God, what's the Raven one? I do remember that one.
Oh, it's Unkindness.
It's Unkindness of Ravens. Yeah. A group of Poros is known as a fluffed of Poros.
With a T on the end.
Yeah, a fluffed. Yeah, fluffed.
A fluffed of Poros. Yeah.
Fluffed of Poros. Yeah. Very cute.
It's just like, it's very endearing. It's the same sort of deal like that. What does the noise a mattress makes it moves?
Flollop.
A flollop. I just love that idea as a mode of transport.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas Adams. Hang on a second. Global into the side lane. Aki's coming down and has no Spirit's Refuge now. That's a lot of globals, though.
He does manage to get away for a moment or two. Aki's continuing to chase. Shuns around, can look to get onto Aki, gets a big amount of damage, turn around, sees and desist, buffers through the shield bolt, takes one with him, knocked up, Dark Procession coming on down, there are so many pandas right there, flash on forward for the last right, and now missing here, in a 1v3, JDG, don't ring the doorbell, Jing Dong, ignore it, DoorDash, I got Dorby's time for the turrets, what is going on?
Your delivery's gone next door. No, it's got into the seat. No, okay, where's it going? Leave!
Does he want to press on? No, he doesn't. Oh, come on, you could have kept going.
I kept saying leave because I'm just used to leave playing the Kaiser as well. Pays, I mean, look, if he gets himself another bit of CC, he could definitely go jump in there. That was a whole lot of weirdness. It started off with Arla outplaying vaguely in the bot side. Shun trying to link up with Missing, dying before that could happen. And then Derby just completely missing the memo of where his teammates are after that too. That was not the world's best dive. And I don't really think it was a great tribute either.
It's not the best game in the world, no. It's just a ranked game. You gotta believe me. It's a matter of rights detection systems.
Yeah. I do kind of want there to be like another musical skin line, which is Jackson Gragas, which is Tenacious G. Or Tenacity, or like Tenacity G.
Oh, just get Jack Black to come in. I bet Jack Black would do a very fun Gragas.
I'm sure he would do. We'd also be hang on a second.
Hey! They've got so many shields! It's all a ruse! You fool! You should never have started a land war in mid lane! That's the mistake!
You've made the classic mistake. The first one is never fight China land war in Asia, but the second one is never fight a Korean with his life on the line. I am waiting for Vicini, as FaZe is also waiting for a Spirit's
waiting for the shadow.
How do you want? For the folks, by the way, go watch Princess Bride. Magnificent movie, and you won't understand any of these references without it. Oh well. I'm sure other great mistakes have happened in this time as well. FaZe has been playing with his life on the line, and you know what? He's been getting a lot of payback for it. Jumps forwards, gets hit by a handshake, but this just baits NIP into just going way too far. You get multiple shields coming through from the Rakan, from the Molten Shield, from the Stand United, and they just don't have the burst turret. Most of their gold's on the Yorick. Yorick's nowhere close. He doesn't want to be there.
Once again, I feel really bad for PP Gold. What looked like a great hostile takeover angle again goes just wide. Like this guy cannot catch a break.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my jungler. Prepare to die.
Mid laner. Inigo mid laner.
Knight logs on to the keyboard. Yes. You see the mistake is I'm actually left-handed. It's the golden left hand.
Flash, shield of Durand. Durand. Coming to play this one out is Do&B. Gets Blast coming back, but unfortunately for them, Scout does not get to survive any longer. FaZe will throw out a W. And that's about it. Missing clears out a ward on the back end of it all and backs away. Dragon's up, it's worth noting.
I was wondering whether Shun should have just thrown the ult to Aki and delayed the W coming through, but I guess with the flash available, hard to do so. NIP, good use of the globals, with still in a fairly even gold game. I will say a lot of the worry is so much of that gold is in a Yorick, who's getting towards the end of the allowance you get from the side lane. You've got both those outer turrets. There are some inner turrets to be taken. But it's not that easy to mine that amount of gold out of the sides now.
You know, you need... I was going to try and come up with a reference and I can't right now.
That's okay, Sam.
What's that place with the unspeakable torment under the tree?
There's
a name for it.
I mean, that place is just like the guy's torture place or whatever. That's different. I thought you were talking about like the infernal forest or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The rodents of unusual sizes.
That's also true. Yeah.
Never considered a career in piracy. It'd make a wonderful Dread Pirate Roberts.
Yeah, make it one.
The Princess Bride has got to be one of my very favorite movies, and it is a very quotable movie too.
It's got to be. What are your top 5 most quotable movies?
Well, for me, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, because I watched that religiously.
Hot Fuzz?
Any of the Lord of the Rings movies.
Lord of the Rings, that's fair.
Yeah.
Princess Bride's got to be up
Princess Bride is in there. The Airplane movie.
Yeah, that's true. Mean Girls, very quotable.
Yeah, Mean Girls is there.
Some of the Star Wars movies are just exceptionally quotable.
Not to worry, we're still flying half a ship.
Half a cast, guys. We're paying vague attention.
we can watch all of these. I do watch movies in my Discord every so often, by the way. If you're a movie fan, you can come watch them. We watched Blade Runner 2049 the other night. Solo kill. Arla needs to save the Shadow Dash until the Dark Procession is used, which is a bit of a problem with this matchup. He needs to save us get out of those walls, which is a bit of an issue.
Just so many angry pandas.
Ow, that's a lot of that. I mean, look at them. Hang on a second.
Incompetent.
They're going into him onto the sideline. He does have flash coming up very soon, but he gets burst out by the Annie.
In comes the Incinerate, Disintegrate. I can never remember which way round they are. I believe Disintegrate is W, and that came second. So I'm hoping I'm right. Hayes has joined and throws out some autos. There is, strictly speaking, an Atacana on the other side of the rift, but no one is on top of it. So it's just a kill onto the Yorick.
So solo kill goes a little too far. You can see how you are emboldened. It's kind of the LeBlanc issue.
So big, that's how you get it.
You know how LeBlanc gets like 5 kills and then thinks she's invincible, but actually has, because LeBlanc never builds any defenses really, she can just die. Similar kind of thing with the Yorick. You think, yes, I'm doing so much damage in a 1v1. Okay, how about a 1v3? There is always that kind of instinct as a split pusher to just keep forcing your advantage without realizing that the map is not set up for that, especially in a game like this where the payoff for you getting your individual advantage is everyone else falling behind. They can come back and pay the favor. Teleport going down now towards the bot side. This could be a Galio on top of the Pantheon, and that could be a dead Arla. In fact, I think that's very much what's going to happen. Look, he knows something's wrong, but he doesn't know exactly what.
He found one. Might be good over the wall here. It'd be a little hard to follow him up there, so just get a decent Shadow Dash out to safety.
Yeah, that's
what about the Sonic Dash, on the other side of the rift?
Gotta say,
go to the Green Hill zone.
I use this so much when it's the, like, wow, and he's shadowing bot lane as opposed to sonicking mid lane. That's gone now started up. Now, there is a global, of course, on the Pantheon, so you can rotate into position a lot quicker than otherwise. There's a teleport behind. Kai'Sa has great objective damage, so this might be gone before they can contest.
Taken there's the Disintegration onto solo kill. Darth Vader is very annoyed. Pays has got a Shen on top of him, courtesy of the Standing United, as opposed to Falling Divided. Unfortunately for them, there's a hostile takeover, and that makes things a little bit tricky. Leave's got in, finding an angle, got the passive stack, thought it goes down, the Acathian rain all over him. Should have brought her an umbrella or something as he went in that deep. Aki, unfortunately, only has a shield going one way, and you brought a shield to a gunfight. That was a bit foolish, wasn't it? How about eating bear slaps?
Leaves HP, disappears like tears in the Acathian rain. Pays, running it on the knife's edge. We'll call that a Blade Runner, why not? Goes out with 5-0, 3, and NIP. No, it doesn't sound right saying Niplicants, does it? As the tower goes down. That's a card, top laner, and it's alright, JDG in the lead.
Oh, there's banana pills over there. It's a nip slip, if you will, and they back away to safety. It's an older model. Sadly, they only have a Nexus 1 instead of Nexus 8s for their models here. This is really good repositioning of the fight around the players guiding Pays. Now, remember back to last game where we were saying, look, you've got to protect the Varus. I don't think NIP were on the same page when it came to that. I think JDG this game very much on the right page. Missing has been utterly on point. Gets the flash out of Leave. Pace does misangle his W a little bit, but he has so much damage in Leave because he's still kind of stuck in his double animation and gets an order attack onto Sadly. Missing instead. Doesn't get that kill, and PB got flashed presumably for a bailout, which never came. That was nearly a good turnaround. Unfortunately, the bailout now goes into Aki. It's a little too little, it's a little too late, and PP God, unfortunately for you, your Pantheon has fallen. The wrong error, my friend, and they will go down. The other side shouldn't. Cues forwards and presses the smite key.
Could you imagine we could get like a Blade Runner skin for, you know, that one Ionian champion with a scythe, and it could be Deckard Cain?
I can get behind that. Arla's still eating panda suck. Dies for it.
Oh, I know. I just realized that's not the reference. Now, the thing
that's Diablo.
That's Diablo.
Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is I had a friend who I used to play in my uni team with called Deckard Bane. And that's it. And you got the... And I was like, oh, that's a Blade Runner thing. I just didn't... I forgot that the other part of it is actually from Diablo. That being said, Diablo for Cain with that would be very funny.
I get behind it.
Right. Scout. Is he going to be able to find them out in the fog of war? They see the maiden. They might know he's here. Yeah, they do. What the hell? Are you kidding me, Sam? Are you kidding me? Never in my... Shun's also got to die here as well. As I don't know, man. I mean, the grapefruit method works out for NIP.
That's the noise the panda makes.
Jesus Christ. What the hell? So Shun was roving up towards top side. very strong individually, walks over a bunch of wards, and then just delivers himself into the waiting arms of NIP. Goes forwards with the ultimate. No way he's getting away with that kill there.
Shun the non-believer. It's not the way to Candyman is, Shun, is it? Look what's up, Baron, and you're dead.
Oh, they took my kidneys. JDG. Will they mount a defense? You'd imagine they will try to. Missing House Flash and ultimate. Normally he's been playing for that disengage. Pays does have his ultimate. How much damage can he do?
No smite, but you have damage. Looking for an angle. Don't be on the edge. Pays has walked into him. No! Final time around the Baron can look for the fight afterwards. Pays okay as that supercharge. Yeah, I wondered whether it could have been death, but they turn for the Baron instead. Understandable. Missing. Finds the interrupt on the lead. Could look for some more. Trying to get the stun. Just about gets out. Should. Looking for an angle. Could look for the cease and desist. The Grand Starfall comes in, but it Cathian rains on down. Aki looking at the combo. Misses the Q on the combo sphere. And Scow unleashes the power of Bears. Just not enough Fire Fury, and a very large, very creepy Chucky-esque teddy bear brings down the other side of the fight.
Well, from zero to hero, call it a polar opposite. Very fitting for the bear. Pays and missing, though, at the other side of that fight. Oh my god, the amount of skill shots that Pays dodged out on, with missing helping, weaving in and out. Missing has been on poor form for a large part of the last 2 years at this point, but occasionally you get those glimpses of why he had such a huge Rakan win streak within the LPL. He's had a magnificent game. Flawless KDA, currently 1-0-14, and Pays has reaped the rewards of that being 7-0-4. JDG walk away with the Atakan. They walk away with another host of kills, and the gold lead extending a little bit. Now, start of this play, Pays didn't actually have the ultimate. I missaw the ultimate there. Hostile takeover, buys time. Derby also looking to buy time. I think NIP crossed their wires a little bit here, though. In my mind, Derby is only delaying him. You are looking for a retreat. He's lost a lot of his HP now, and I think Leave makes the wrong decision to stand and fight. Maybe I'll be having a different conversation about that if he gets that kill, but sadly can't. And opens up the window for the Vikings to go absolutely mental. Look how Pays plays this out now. Cleanses out, dodges the first Q here. Ends up getting another shield through it. We won't get to see the rest of that as it focuses on here with a huge damage from the Annie, but trust me, go back and watch that replay. Pays ends up absolutely massacring Aki with missing, diving in and out of the fight.
That is the power of Flicker Blades, I'm telling you there. The amount of cooldowns, the amount of mobility this Kai'Sa has.
And now has a QSS. So you have the cleanse for the Pantheon stun. You have the QSS too if you're going in kind of 1v1 mano a mano with the man dropper himself. Could also potentially help against the hostile takeover, the taunts coming through from DMB as well. Very, very impactful item. See if Pays can, with his over 3,000 gold lead, get himself another clean fight.
Over 9,000 though, is it? Vegeta's not impressed. Triple those numbers, boy. Aki in danger as he throws up the Aegis Assault. Like an Aegis Retreat at this point, let's be real. Tibbers eats some damage, but the bear is scary. Lots of fire around him. And Shun, on an angle here, not spotted out. There's that one singular ward around the corner there. Getting some vision. And Shun, Secret Agent Vi, which stands for violence, so I've been told. The Cathian rain continues to pour on down. Doing be janky enough at this point. This Galio really hasn't had that much value in terms of the globals. How many times have we seen the Pantheon Galio combo? Limited number this game, really, in terms of it being an aggressive move at the very least.
Yeah, they've tried to play it around the Yorick at some points. That's when they've really looked for it. Problem is, trying to do that onto a Kai'Sa is a non-starter.
Hamlet's a boring play. Why are you playing around Yorick?
Oh, yeah, I forgot that he's from that. Yep. Who is the Macbeth of League of Legends?
Well, it needs to be someone who... It's got to be Jankos, right? He's Judas. He's gone to play Kingmaker on another team. Listen to the honeyed words of Nord.
Where is he? Wait, where's he Thanos right now?
I mean, it's the Nord, isn't it? It's Nord, it's Scotland.
Yeah, true, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know enough about Shakespeareisms to make much jokes about that. That is a very... Oh my god, PP God.
All right, stars hide thy fires, let not Pays see. The backline's deep and dark desires. Aki in danger as Shun goes on forwards. And when shall these teams meet again? Well, it'll have to wait till playoffs. That's the one. As Ala TP's back on in and Solo Kill left alone here on the side. Panda not all that scary.
Dragon will go down now for the side of JDG. Derby caught out, has no flash. He will be dying to this at this point. Shum has a GA, no risk here. It's going to be ending up being, what, 3 kills to the side of NIP. Derby very rarely gets himself a chance to play the Galio so often banned away from him. And he's had some okay moments, but largely it has felt reactive. It has felt like they have been at the whims of Shun's Vi. I think that his Shun has been very, very good in recent years. Obviously, many people will talk about Shun in his BLG era being that aggressive playmaker. I actually think it's correct to start that conversation around his IG days before that, when he was playing with Rookie, playing the Nidalee, playing the Kindred. He came into this league just a ball of aggression, despite him being so affable off the Rift. He is a very smiley, laughable guy. He, whenever you hear him talk and stuff like that, he just seems very, very easygoing. But on the Rift, he is just all cylinders are online, loves to play the aggressive side of things. And in the Neferi and the Nevi, he has very much found a home on that across all of the teams he's had in the LPL.
And again, when the meta's good, when the map state is good, Shun is one of the best force multipliers out there in the jungle. The issue tends to become if you're asked to play from a defensive point of view without the priority on a more passive or patient style, it's not Shun's wheelhouse. And we have seen those issues. But I think sometimes people use that as an opportunity to undersell what he's so damn good at. It is this style. He's going to be one of the very best in the world ever, really, at this kind of style of play. You give him that opportunity to really take a mile. He will take it, but he'll do it in every game state, whether he should or not.
The thing about a player like Shun, and a team like JDG as well, I guess Scout comes into this equation too, because players like Shun and Scout are players which are mainstay internationally. And I think that they are LPL winning caliber. Obviously they are. Shun has won multiple titles with BLG now at this point. It's been finalists against JDG as well. It was the BLG JDG year of 2023. And Scout, of course, international title winner on his team with JDG in the past as well. The standards they are held to, as they take the Baron here, the standards they are held to are so much higher for me. When I criticize Shun, it is in like a, well,
this is a world finalist.
Like this one is like, do I think you can be worlds winning on this form? In the same way that people view, you know, players like on HLE or players on T1 right now, they hold them to that standard because we know the upper level of it. Players like Shun and Scout sometimes have gone, well, they're not in the best form right now. That doesn't mean they're bad for LPL. It just means, well, I know they've got more to give me, and I expect it as someone who's a big fan of that peak level.
Relative to peak international, are you there right now? Looking over at the likes of your Genjis, even HLE, who have had some happy games of late, you've still got to look at them and go, can you manage that? And the answer is, I don't know right now. Keep our eyes on it, of course. It's never a done deal. As it stands, I had something quite profound to say. I don't anymore. It was an empty thought.
JDG as a team will group up towards the spot side, use the last 2 minutes of their Baron buff to walk in and potentially take a second inhibitor. Doombe's trying to make sure it's not 3. At least. NIP, they're broken. They're 10,000 gold down. By the way, Scout will start shredding Magic Resist 4. I know it's not an AP Kai'Sa build, but the passive definitely counts too. The Bloodletters goes onto the target. Kai'Sa will do more damage to them too, which is kind of scary. JDG ready to start forcing in.
Burn a little bit of a Guardian Shield there to keep people alive as leave a lot of their damage goes off.
Please! What? Why? That is a very good question. Diving feet first into hell. Not quite sure he's got a job cut out for him in the ODSTs, but we shall see.
Well, the ODSTs never did have that long a life expectancy. Apparently, that's going to be a problem. Into the backline they go. Shun immune so much of the damage with the R button pays. With every shield under the sun is a god this game. Going to look for the pentakill. He's already counted to 4 teleport behind. They're delivering it to him on a silver platter. The Acanthian rain turns into a monsoon. Pentakill for Pays.
Pays will finish it off with an absolute crowning achievement. JDG put NIP to the sword and will secure themselves a top 4 finish and make sure they reach playoffs.
That was exactly what you want to see out of your AD carry player. Pays has come over from the LCK, come over from Genji, and has had games where he's looked missing. I don't mean the support. And then sometimes he has games like that and you go, God damn, this guy can teamfight, can't he?
JDG walk away, securing a top 4 finish within the LPL regular season. Top 4 directly qualifies into playoffs. Any of the other teams in Group Ascend will have to fight amongst themselves and amongst the top 2 teams from Group Nirvana for the last spots. We'll have 10 teams total within the Ascend, the LPL playoffs. But we still got a little while to figure out exactly who they are.
Well, that was certainly an experience. Hello, folks. I don't know why I decided to go with that voice. I just did. There's words on stream.
You didn't close the tab, son.
I didn't touch it.
You didn't close the stream, son. You didn't close the tab, son.
I think I handed it to you because I went to go get my tea. Remember? But I was about to do the Spiely thing where I'm the Initialise guy. This is the Nymaera person. We do the League of Legends thing. The casting of the LPL and the silliness that goes around with it. Start spouting random Shakespeare quotes. Just yelling suck noises, which...
That was just... Jesus Christ, man. Well, thank you for joining us all today, folks. Short day, 4 games. We took the last couple of days off because of burnout and parents are in town and need to have a life outside of streaming every so often. But we hope you enjoyed today's games. JDG, a team to watch. I think that they're clearly a team in the short running for MSI. Do I have some worries about them? Yes, we have seen the inconsistency of this team, but they look a lot better on a macro form now than they were. Their loss streak before they beat BLG looked very, very shaky. I think Shun was on awful form. He's back to better now. I think that Pays was not looking great either. He had a fantastic series of games today. So
good news for them.
Yeah, important to check in on these teams, and you hope you've enjoyed the check-in with both them and whatever the hell happened earlier between some of our teams fighting off.
You know what? Yeah, would make people enjoy this even more, Alex. Here, there's a secret button you can press. Only you use a little thing called Amazon Prime. Apparently, it gives you something called Twitch Prime, which I've never heard of. You ever heard of it?
Once upon a time.
Oh, okay, well, it's a secret. Yeah. Apparently, it gives you a free subscription every month.
So the legend goes.
So the legend goes. And in fact, we could go on a quest right now to see if anyone's got a Twitch sign prob. Sorry, Twitch sign prob. Prime sub, with like the consonants, the flippy thing. See, I can't even pronounce it right. It's that arcane a speech. You have to hit the sub button so we can all see and join in the wonders of that. And it means you can avoid things like advertisements. I was going to say advertisements, but that's a very American way of saying it.
Advertisements.
Exactly. I think it's that way around. Do we say advertisements too?
I don't know, Sam. Depends on the accent.
I don't know.
I think if you're Southern, it's advertisement.
Advertisement.
That sounds particularly RP English.
I've gone on a tangent away from this spiel. I've been trying to convince the folks at home to press the subscribe button, and I think I may have failed as a result of my flawed delivery. Could have been cleaner. Are there any notes on the delivery there?
It's been delivered to a neighbour.
That's very Berlin, isn't it?
Yeah, gonna leave you that little letter. You gotta tell where it is. We'll tell you which building it is, but not the apartment within the building.
That sounds about right. Apparently that pays his 6th penta, by the way.
Jesus Christ. Well, he was in peak Zerimeter on the best team in the world, so he was in Zerimeter on one of the best teams in the world. So that is to be expected to a certain thing. Thank you so much for the gifts. Neko with the 50 gift bomb. Love you,
Prime sub, but I'll take it. It's another secret quest. Yeah, I guess
the other secret quest is, the I don't know, somehow coming upon Mecha's Dragon Horde.
Yes, he's just like the great Dragon Mecha fanboy.
Well, that is going to be our stream for today. You're streaming?
No, we're going to try and hang out with Mum, Dad, and stuff.
We'll hang around for the player of the game. Going to meet up with the parents about an hour or so.
I've got a whole new setup to try at some point.
Yeah.
Got the camera working.
Yeah.
I might have sorted out my FPS issues. I don't know what was wrong, but it has been solved.
What do you mean your FPS issues?
So I had this issue where I was playing on the new screen, and for whatever reason, it then killed my FPS playing League down to about 30 or 15 in team fights. Like, it's non-viable.
Have you checked your cooling?
It was fine.
Because that's what happened to me.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's fine.
There's that, and also I know you use green screen. The green screen on the camera does affect performance a lot.
So this was just me playing without OBS on.
Well, yeah, okay. If that's the case,
there wasn't a camera on.
Typically, that's a PC. That's like a CPU thing.
So I have at that point done a lot of driver updating and that kind of thing.
Oh.
And we are now back to 120, so it's fine. So whatever the issue was, it's fine. And I did.
Is that a Gregors I see in chat?
Oh my days!
I'm Merry Schlegums to you.
Hello, Schlegums.
Well, no. Schlegums is not the members of the Cabbage family. It is it's the mascot of them. It's easy to know. Gregors is part of a university team which I used to cast, and I have very fond memories of the Cabbage family, as they were called. They were a very fun team. They taught me about Poppy Anivia bot lane, Shogath. Was it Veigar Shogath?
Also sounds horrible.
There were definitely some Veigar lanes in it. Anyway, there was some dark Poppy Veigar as well.
Yeah, shove them into the fence.
Equally cursed. Need I say?
I call that the locker room combo. Shove someone into the lockers of doom.
Nerd.
Nerd. Exactly, that's what Poppy yells.
Give me your lunch money.
That's the reason, you know.
There we go.
Yeah.
Gregor's also remember being one of the people in EU West actually like really popularizing the lethality civ when it came around in like 2021. It was a really fun time. Maybe a little too much draft cooking. I mean, the thing is, no one else even bothered to try it down at your level really, so I appreciated that. It was a good time. It was a good time. They had like some regional rivals in, I guess country rivals in Bristol Whips. They were really, really cool.
That was also a great name for the record.
It's a very fun time. There are actually some very good teams around the kind of collegiate university level because you have a lot of people who can stay together in a team for multiple years. They can kind of build up a synergy with each other. It's very cool. Okay, well, we'll wait around for the MVP, and then we're gonna head off because we can.
We can. I've got my new camera up and running. I've got my new monitors up and running. The only issue, guys, is it's a very different aspect ratio because it's ultra wide. So we've got black bars currently.
Yeah, you need to sort that because that actually does kill stream viewers.
Yeah, so I need to figure that one out. So I'm gonna have a quick chat with Quickshot because he's got a very similar setup.
Yeah, you basically need to like brute force the aspect ratio onto your canvas. It's how you change things between 1080 and 1440 and stuff like that too.
Yeah, no, but it's basically the aspect ratio is so different.
Yes, I know, but you can hard cook that into your settings and stuff on the canvas size.
It is.
You just said it's a different aspect ratio.
Yes, so that means when it's taking my screen for the canvas, it's at the correct size. It's coming in with black bars because the ratio is too wide, right? So even if it's taking the screen over.
Well, you have to decide whether you're going to play with like true, what's I call it or not.
Yeah.
Pace gets the MVP. I actually think Missing should get it. I think Missing was absolutely phenomenal in this game, by the way. Missing's Rakan, I actually think.
Yeah, I think the bot lane, understandably, would have been our best contenders. Yeah. And I would have possibly put my vote in for Missing, though I do get Pace is a worthy contender for it too. I will be interested to see what the vote breakdown was.
Okay, Jersey's there. Okay, right, folks, if you are on YouTube, we'll end the show here, and we will be back tomorrow, I guess. We'll see you around there, folks, and if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid you over to. Auf Wiedersehen, and we'll see you